Testing, testing. Testing.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Brentwood City Council Successor Agency meeting, February 13th, 2024, at 7 o'clock. We do have a quorum. Could I get a roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Meyer.
Here.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Here.
Councilmember Orlemans.
Here.
Councilmember Pearson.
Present.
Mayor Bryant.
Here. At this time, we are so honored to have the Girl Scout Troop 31929 here to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And so at this time, I'm inviting the Girl Scout Troop to come and lead us in the pledge.
And we are here to lead you for the Pledge of Allegiance. All please rise for the flag salute. Salute. Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We will now also lead you for the Girl Scout promise. Begin. On my honor, I will try to serve God in my country, to help people at all times, and to live by the Girl Scout law. If you want any cookies, please join us at a local booth. Thank you for having us.
Thank you, Girl Scout Troop 31929. You did a fabulous job. Thank you very much. Would the council like to have a picture with the Girl Scout troop here in the council chambers? We can walk right up here in front. Wow, that is fantastic. At this time, we will open public comments. I'll turn to you, Margaret.
At the City Council meeting of October 10th, the City Council revised the procedures for general public comment period. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the City Clerk. At this time, the public present in the chambers is permitted to address the City Council on items that are not on the agenda. Items listed as presentations, informational reports are on the consent calendar. Requests for future agenda items, new request. Comments for the meeting's detailed future agenda items or business items should be made when that item is called. Please limit your remarks to 5 minutes. The microphone will be muted when the timer expires. And I have one speaker card. I'll call on Lil Pierce.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm here today for the Brentwood Regional Community Chest to thank you for your continued support for all these years. This past Christmas, we served 420 families, 75 of which were from the Adopt a Senior program. We provided everybody with a big case, corn case of size box of non-perishable food, and everybody got a turkey dinner for them to take home and cook for themselves. Besides the seniors, the families with children received a gift for every child in the house 18 and under. So we just want to thank you for your continued support, and we'll see you this year.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Lil,
you.
for what you do.
I have an additional speaker, Denise Duran.
Good evening, council and city staff. I just want to say a quick thank you on behalf of myself and my husband and so many of the people that I know here in Brentwood who genuinely appreciate and value the time, effort, and energy that the city is putting with our city manager, Tim Ogden, for the town hall meetings. It's wonderful to hear people speaking up. Looking forward to having more people speak up as well. And just wanted to say what a great city that we live in order to be able to have such transparent and valued members who appreciate the dialogue between residents, staff, and opportunities for business and commerce. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional speaker cards.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public comments and move into informational reports from council members, committees, liaison, and staff. And I will start to my right this time. Councilmember Mendoza.
Yes, since the last time we met, attended a meeting with a UCLA planning professor in economic, Professor Michael Stroper, discussion around planning and economics of housing. Cal City's council member and mayor's conference, which was a 3-day conference, spoke to the EDL students at Liberty about my day job and city council. Attended the Downtown Brentwood Coalition meeting, gave a tour that the Vice Mayor put together with students from the Village Community Center, presented at the Telegraph Hill Dwellers and HOA in San Francisco on the Our Neighborhood Voices initiative, supported the Brentwood Lions at their yearly crab feed, attended, and then visited with the students at Odyssey of the Mind this weekend, which was pretty cool.
And the school interagency meeting.
Oh, their school interagency meeting and the budget subcommittee meeting. There's always things.
Councilmember Pearson.
Okay, so I attended the school interagency meeting. I attended the Race and Equity Committee meeting. I wrote an article for the Brentwood Press. Say go check it out. It's about diversity and Black History Month. I also attended the PAL barbecue fundraising event that was co-sponsored by Bolero and Brentwood Meats. And I know I've attended something else, but it slipped my mind right now. That's all I got for you now.
Councilman Orlemans.
Good evening. Since the last time we met, I've attended a couple PAL board crab feed meetings. The PAL crab feed's coming up February 23rd. It's the 25th anniversary. If you haven't got tickets, grab tickets. Farmers market the last couple weekends. The PAL board meeting, the Finance and Budget Committee meeting, Tri-Delta Transit meeting, and also the Super Bowl barbecue contest at the Bolero, sponsored with PAL and Bolero. And then last night, I went back and watched the Brentwood PD Town Hall meeting from January 24th. And what an amazing turnout of citizens to participate in that. I wanted to personally thank Lieutenant Peart, Sergeant Manow, Officer Loffridge, and Senior CSO Stanley. They did a phenomenal job of tackling a very, very tough task. So that was it.
Vice Mayor Meyer.
Thank you. I attended the 3-day Cal Cities Mayors and Council Members Conference, facilitated a session on land use, and attended sessions on finance, legislation, and Cal Cities lobbyist activities and Brown Act updates. The tour with the 30 after-school program students for Village Community Resource Center. I have to thank staff for doing such a great job with the tour and leading each department discussion, talking about how kids can get into those jobs. I think that was great. And the goodie bags from Sukari, passing those out. Those were fantastic. Attended the Contra Costa Mayor's Conference and a presentation by Kristen Connolly. She gave the same presentation that we received recently from the elections, Contra Costa elections, but there was a big focus on engaging young voters. I was interviewed by Chris, attended the Race and Equity Ad Hoc Committee, the Downtown Brentwood Coalition Besties Bash, which was another huge downtown success put on by the DPC. Let's see, attended a meeting with the Cal Cities Leader group to discuss conference materials for the upcoming Leaders Summit and to make recommendations for the proposal for sessions. The Odyssey of the Mind competition at Edna Hill. I attended 4 sessions. 2 of them were for local kids, Brentwood Elementary and Garin Elementary. the teamwork was just amazing. The teachers and the volunteers, everything was fantastic. And then last, and this is real, I received an invitation from the White House to attend Vice President Kamala Harris's second stop of her National Reproductive Freedoms Tour, which was held in San Jose. Thanks.
Thank you so much. You know, you're a local superstar. Now you're an international superstar. That's fantastic. Well, since the last time we met, I attended the Tri-Delta Transit Board, and I do have some information to pass on to our community about some of the activities going on. There is a program called Clipper Start Program that Tri-Delta is providing. They are going to be greatly benefiting all low-income families in the county. Participants receive 50% discount on trips taken on BART, Tri-Delta Transit, County Connection, WestCat, and AC Transit. If you have not got information on this, or if you use any of those, please contact Tri-Delta. Let them know that you want information about the Clipper Start program. And if you have family that uses it, let them know. They can get 50% off of the cost of using those services. I also attended the Mayor's Conference, the Police Activities Super Bowl Sunday event at Bolero, where I got to struggle through being a taste tester for tri-tip, barbecue ribs, and chicken. And it's always great when there's not any bad. It's just all levels of great. So that was a lot of fun. Really appreciate PAL and what they're doing for our community. I attended the East Contra Costa Regional Finance Authority meeting, the State Route 4 Bypass Authority meeting, the Transplan meeting, and also another thing that Council Member Mendoza and I participated in that she didn't have on her list because she's done so many things. Yesterday, we had the opportunity to interview Arts Commission and Parks and Recreation commissioners and selected from some of the most outstanding individuals that are wanting to volunteer to serve our community. And it's always a pleasure to serve with our council members, to meet people that love our city as much as we do. And I don't have anything further at this time. So do we have any city committees, liaison, staff reports at this time?
Actually, I'm going to invite Darren to share an update on a ribbon cutting coming up in March.
So we received notice this week that the McCallmy Trail will have their ribbon cutting on March, I just said the date. March 20th at 10 a.m. It's getting those numbers mixed up. So very exciting. I know many residents have been asking about that. So mark it on your calendar.
March 20th, 10 a.m., ribbon cutting, McCallmany Trail over crossing. And there's several members of the Northern California cycling community that have been contacting me, eagerly anticipating this connection, which literally connects a trail system all the way from South San Francisco to the foothills of the mountains near Nevada. So this was the missing component. And it's a big deal, and it's right here. And we didn't have to pay a cent for it, and we have an opportunity to connect via trails all the way through East County if you'd like. So at this time, we will move into consent calendar. I would like to remove item E6 from the consent calendar. Do I have a motion on the rest of the consent calendar?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar minus item E6.
I second that motion.
Have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. It is municipal. It is passed, moved. Wow, okay. It's one of those days. Now, item E6, and I will allow our assistant, I'll call on Abraham.
You can share my screen. All right. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight, I'll be discussing the proposed memorandum of understanding between the city and Harvest Time for the U-Pick Capital Marketing Program. Incorporated in 1976, Harvest Time is a nonprofit organization that educates the community about agriculture and enhances agro-tourism in the Brentwood region. Membership includes over 60 local farmers and stakeholders who actively manage over 900 acres of agricultural land that offer a wide range of agricultural products, including fruits, nuts, wines, nursery stock, alfalfa, gourmet items, and gift baskets. A significant portion of Harvest Time's membership consists of U-Pick farms. During the peak harvest season, these farms offer unique hands-on experiences, allowing visitors to harvest fresh produce directly from the source. Leveraging the annual trail map, digital platforms, and social media marketing, Harvest Time successfully attracts over 500,000 annual visitors to the Brentwood region. In March of 2023, Harvest Time updated the Agricultural Enterprise Committee on its initiatives and sought funding for the implementation of their U-Pick Capital Marketing Program. The proposed budget outlined an annual expenditure of $55,000 for a part-time consultant and $26,400 for marketing efforts annually over a 3-year period for a total of $244,200. The committee recommended to move forward with their proposal. Then in June of 2023, Harvest Time officially announced the Brentwood region as the official U-Pick capital of the world. Brentwood is home to the oldest U-Pick farm west of the Mississippi River, but also holds the highest concentration of U-Pick farms within a defined geographical area. Then in June of 2023, Council directed staff to work with Harvest Time to draft a memorandum of understanding to implement the U-Pick capital program. The initiative would be funded by agricultural mitigation fees and support the city's agricultural preservation and agricultural enterprise programs. These were both established in 2001 and then revised in 2010. So before you tonight is the draft MOU with Harvest Time in which staff is seeking direction. After discussions with Harvest Time and the timing of the implementation of the U-Pick capital program, staff also provided recommended changes to the draft MOU that is before you tonight. These changes were provided to all members of the council and posted on the city's website prior to tonight's meeting. Printed versions were also made available in the back of the council chambers. The first recommended change is to update the language in the MOU to clarify the U-Pick capital program manager will be a consultant to Harvest Time and report directly to their board of directors. The second is to extend the MOU implementation timeline through fiscal year 2026, 2027. And then lastly, update the payment schedule to allow for quarterly payments rather than reimbursement requests. Staff recommendation is to accept recommended changes and to approve and authorize the city manager or his designee to execute a memorandum of understanding between the city of Brentwood and Harvest Time for a 3-year staffing and marketing program that is consistent with the agricultural mitigation program. And secondly, amend the fiscal year 2023-2024 Agricultural Land Acquisition Fund expenditure budget in the amount of $27,133. Alternative options would be to modify staff's recommendation and amend the MOU based on city council direction, or secondly, continue the item with direction to staff or return with additional information. That concludes my presentation, and we can be available to answer any questions.
Are there any clarifying questions of staff on this item? Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Abraham. Just wanted to get a couple items clarified. And I just took this right from the staff report and probably should have put the page down, but what I took down was the balance after $174,593 budget set aside for agricultural business program strategic initiative. So I wanted to get a little bit more information on exactly what that meant for.
Yeah, so I think maybe finance could speak a little bit to it, but my understanding is that the total, that $2.3 million that you see in the staff report, that doesn't include that $100,000 for that agricultural business program. It's just not included in the overall total, because that was a strategic initiative from a couple years ago, and we're not intending to use those funds for this program.
And does this impact in any way the Ag Center budget or the project or planning or timing for that?
It doesn't impact it, really. I mean, they are both using the same funding source, but I think Harvest Time is an understanding of the impact on the overall budget for that project.
Okay. And I think just again, for public clarification, there was some discussion in the staff report about the development slowing down and that impacting future ag enterprise funds. And I just wanted to have a little bit more clarification about that noted tonight.
Correct. So the city has been collecting ag mitigation fees as new development occurs, and the city receives a fee based upon every time a new acre develops that was part of this ag mitigation fee, the city receives funds. Obviously, we're much closer to our build out than we were 10 or 15 years ago. So the funds will continue to be collected. However, we wanted the council to understand that obviously there will not be a couple $1 million collected in the future. And on top of that, as we collect funds, it'll be much slower than it was in the past. So as new development comes in, we'll collect those funds. There's an additional $1 million out there, but that's going to take a number of years before the city realizes those funds. And we just wanted to make sure that you were aware that you're expending your funds for the purpose in which they were created.
Great, thank you. And then the last part is the remaining funds that are in the budget are at this point allocated for the Ag Center and for this marketing position. And as new funds come in, those will be just redistributed or reallocated as they become available.
Correct. Just one clarification. The City Council has not allocated funds yet for the Ag Innovation Center. However, we will be back before the City Council and the Ag Enterprise Committee to review a draft MOU, a draft agreement, and then we will have the City Council actually make the budget authorization to transfer those funds over. But the staff is not working on any other project that would put into jeopardy those funds.
Great, thank you.
And I have a question on the MOU section, what is it? Section 12. And anytime this MOU entitles Harvest Time, the possession, occupancy of use of city real property for private gain. Isn't this all supposed to be for nonprofit, not private gain? So should we even address that if it's not an intent of the funds at all?
One second, I'm pulling up the MOU.
And it talks about the taxes, but I thought it was understood that it's not private gain.
Could you repeat what letter that was under?
Sure, it's on section 12, under use of city real property. And if you could just explain it, because I'm not, And thank you for redoing the schedule on the yearly. That was my other question. What's this one?
If you don't mind,
No,
I'll
go
just
right
take
ahead.
a step here. So this particular section, use of city real property, talks about the fact that when the city leases property to another entity, that entity, when they use it for their own purposes, for their private gain, may be subject to possessory taxes, possessory interest taxes. So it's really just a way of talking about Harvest Time realizing that they may be on the hook for certain taxes. And this language, use of city property for private gain, I believe is just the standard language we use when the city is leasing property or otherwise disposing of property to another party for that party's purposes. I think we recognize Harvest Time as a 501c3 up in the recitals, and this is simply a tax transfer provision. It's not meant to imply that the use of the property is to be for financial gain.
Okay. Can you define property in this instance? What exactly, is it just the funds? Because we're not talking about the property yet, right? We're talking about the funds, correct?
So I think this is saying to the extent that Harvest Time occupies any real property, and you're right, this is just funds, at that time, they would acknowledge and recognize that they may be on the hook for payment of taxes. We may not strictly need it here. I think it's just anticipating a time when they may occupy city property.
So if it does come to a point where they occupy city property, then we can relook at this and define for-profit possibilities and then discuss that further?
So certainly when this comes back to you in conjunction with any actual lease or sale provisions, yeah, we would revisit all of this. But for these purposes, it's just a term of art that's being used in this tax transfer obligation sense. It's not really meant to give them any ability to create more or realize more profit than they would otherwise be due.
Yeah, it was just confusing because it didn't look like we were talking about property. We were just talking about money. So I was like, well, what property are we referencing? That was the confusing part, is all.
Yeah, I understand. And
Okay.
we would certainly revisit.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, there are no further clarifying questions. At this time, we will open public comment on this item.
So, Mr. Mayor, this was a consent item, and as a result, the public comment was held prior to this item being pulled, so.
Then we will close the non-opened public comment and move into council discussion. Who'd like to begin discussion? Okay, do I have a motion?
I would make a motion to adopt a resolution approving a memorandum of understanding between the city and Harvest Time for the use of agricultural mitigation fees to implement a 3-year staffing and marketing program and amend the 2023-24 operating budget.
Second that motion.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Wait, hold on.
I'm sorry, Margaret, or
She's got to read.
Katie.
we've got lights all over the place.
Right.
Katie,
Very quick question. I believe that the council received the amended documents that were put on the dais tonight and that were
That
available to the
is what
public.
the motion is for, yes, the
So-
amended documents.
So for the amended resolution, which would adopt the amended MOU, is that correct?
That is absolutely correct. Thank you for
so much.
clarifying. And Councilmember Pearson is your second reflective of that.
Remains.
okay, and all the lights went off. Okay, so Margaret, do you have something to read on this? No? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is unanimous. The item moves. And thank you for the representatives of Harvest Time. We are so thankful for you. Okay, at this time, we'll move into public hearings, item F1. This item is in consideration of adoption of the city's housing element update, and Jennifer Hagan will present. Hi, Jennifer.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. We are excited to be here tonight to present to you a general plan amendment to adopt our final housing element for 2023 to 2031, our 6th cycle. We've been lucky enough to gain support of HCD on our draft element without requiring any rezones or general plan amendments, utilizing only our existing residential properties within the city. Instrumental in getting the city to this point has been our consultant team from Kimley Horn. Tonight's presentation will be given by Inez Galmiche, our project manager from Kimley Horn, who is joining us via Zoom tonight. There she is.
There we go. Hi, Jennifer. Hi. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Good evening. Thank you, Jennifer. So as Jennifer mentioned, we've come a long way since we kicked off the housing element update process in late 2021. To reflect back, we submitted a first draft to HCD back in fall of 2022, and the housing element was then officially adopted by City Council on March 14th of 2023. On August 8th, 2023, City Council approved proposed policy and program updates based on continued coordination with HCD. At that meeting, HCD also instructed staff to be sure the next submittal to HCD would be the last in order to receive certification. Well, tonight, I'm pleased to report that we did just that. So following that August City Council meeting, we had numerous conference calls with our HCD reviewers to ensure that the document completely addressed all of their comments. Once we had made the policy revisions that City Council had approved, the remaining edits were very minor and just reflected added clarification clarifying language, and supplemental analysis. And in November 2023, we then submitted a revised housing element to HCD, who reported in their last letter dated January 2nd that the Brentwood housing element had met all state housing law requirements and simply needed to be readopted to receive final certification. So as a result, we presented this approved housing elements to Planning Commission on January 16th. Planning Commission recommended the City Council not adopt the document. Staff is here before you tonight recommending in favor of adopting the updated housing element for a number of critical reasons. And we will go over those specific consequences for failing to receive a timely certification in a few slides. But I wanted to first begin by noting that this document relies entirely on the city's existing zoning and land use. So as Jennifer mentioned, no rezones are included. And this document ultimately accomplishes what the state wants, but with little impact on what the city already does. So as I mentioned, the vast majority of revisions made following HCD coordination resulted in text clarification and supplemental analysis in Section 3 and Appendix B. The only major revisions are in the housing plan in Section 4 and include the addition of new actions as listed on this slide before you and as approved by Council in August 2023. And so these include actions relating to parking standards for studios and one-bedroom units, CUP plus design and site development review findings, removal of the midpoint policy, monitoring the effects of regional fees, and then lastly, actions relating to affirmatively furthering fair housing. And further details on these actions are provided in the staff report. So now, as you know, for the 6th planning cycle, the city of Brentwood was allocated a total of 1,522 RENA units to plan for. So as shown in the table, the city is able to accommodate this amount plus a buffer without needing to adopt any rezones. And these strategies reflect the land uses and the zoning already in place throughout the 5th planning cycle. So ultimately, the housing element is simply reporting to the state that the city has the existing capacity to meet the RENA as is. And these strategies and unit totals have not changed since they were adopted by City Council on March 14th, 2023. As detailed in the staff report, it's critical the City Council adopts the updated housing element tonight to avoid a number of severe consequences. Without a certified housing element, the city is out of compliance with state law and is 1, subject to builder's remedy applications and loss of local control. 2, loses out on funding opportunities reserved to jurisdictions in compliance. 3, may be subject to HCD enforcement actions. And lastly, 4, may be subject to lawsuits from third parties. At this time, the last remaining step towards certification is to simply readopt the housing element. As soon as the document is adopted, staff will send the resolution and the final documents to HCD, who will then grant certification and officially find the city of Brentwood in compliance with state law. And once certified, the city may begin to implement the housing plan. So the recommendation before you tonight is to approve an amendment to the general plan to repeal the current housing element adopted in March 2023 and adopt the updated housing element approved by HCD and in compliance with state law. Thank you. We're available for any questions.
Any clarifying questions? Councilmember Mendoza.
Yeah, I don't like the word repeal. I would like amended. Why is it that we use the word repeal?
The reason we use the word repeal is because currently in the city's zoning ordinance, we have text amendments to modify the zoning ordinance, but it's not as clear on how you amend it. So it was clearer just to repeal and replace the existing March version with the new version.
Okay, I do have concerns about repeal, but we'll bring those to discussion just because of some ramifications that might happen.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any further clarifying questions of staff? Okay, seeing none, then at this time, I will now open the public hearing and open public comments. Margaret.
At this time, the public present in the chambers and on Zoom are permitted to address the city council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak under public comment. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. We'll take public comments from those in the council chamber first, then those participating via Zoom. Remarks are limited to 5 minutes. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. And we received no written public comments on this item. I do have one comment card in the chambers. I'll call on Kenneth Jones.
Good evening, members of the council, mayor. My name is Kenneth Jones. I represent Urban Core Development, friends in Brentwood, but I live in Antioch, but housing is a regional issue. And so I wanted to come and observe the adoption of the housing element for the city of Brentwood. And I did pull the HCD's letter as of January 2nd. And either it's me or the language, I'm sure you probably read it, is not clear. And it mentions the city must make findings on substantial evidence that uses will be presumed to not impede, I'm assuming, additional residential development. So it's basically saying that a lot of the land is occupied and will require some type of either displacement of agricultural uses, tearing down of buildings. It does appear that no rezonings are required, but that there are still potential impediments to developments taking place on the sites identified. So can you address that, please?
I have no additional speaker cards in person. I do have 2 hands raised in Zoom. I'll call on Danny Dorman. Mr. Dorman, go ahead.
Great, thank you. And I'm sorry, low under the weather. I said this at the planning meeting, and I'll say it here too. If you don't agree with what the state's doing, or if you don't agree even the language, then you should vote no. Even if it's an exercise in futility, even if by some act of God, it winds up being a 3-2 majority to decline it, at least you'll be voting your conscience. I know if I were counsel, God in heaven, but if I were there, I would vote no, even though I'd be tilting at windmills. And I know that there were those on planning who were just adamantly opposed and beating up the state and all this and that, but still voted yes. I would only suggest and ask, vote your conscience. If you truly believe that this is a bad vote to take, and especially as Councilwoman Mendoza pointed, repeal, that's a pretty strong word. It certainly isn't the same as amend. And even if the vote is no because of that one word, think about that, because it is setting a standard. Again, I hope you guys make the right decision, and I thank you.
The next speaker is Rod Floor. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. Yes, I sit on the Planning Commission, but I'm speaking as an individual tonight, other than to make a slight correction to the last commenter that the Planning Commission, as I was there, did vote unanimously no on this. The votes were yes, but it was after we changed it to say no. So we voted yes to say no. And so that can be confusing to the public, but you have to understand, we did not approve it. Speaking as a member of the public, I understand that the city council must approve this tonight as the consequences that were just gone through. The public may not be aware, and Margaret, I can't see my timer. The public may not be aware that builder's remedy can include things like building a 5-story apartment building with 0 parking, no parking spaces for 5 stories of an apartment. They can do just awful things. The state is bullying the cities, and I just want to tell anybody that can hear my voice, I will not be voting for Gavin Newsom, and I will not be voting for Tim Grayson for Senate. He is a traitor to this city. He is a traitor to this county. He is a traitor to the suburbs of this state. And vote for anybody who is not Tim Grayson, please,
Mayor.
if you hear me. Thank you.
I have no additional hands raised.
At this time, we will close public comments. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing at this time?
So moved.
We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
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 Okay, it's unanimous. So at this time, we will move into council discussion. I would like, if we could, have staff to respond to the speaker's question regarding concerns. Thank you.
So within the housing element, I believe it's Appendix B has our site inventory. Let me pull up my table of contents. Yeah, our candidate site analysis is within Appendix B of our housing element. As part of that analysis, what we had to do, which is typical and standard for all housing elements, is provide an analysis of all of our sites that were within our inventory. One of our initial comments that we received from HCD was that although many of our sites are vacant in terms of improvement values and structures, they have agricultural uses on them. And so most of them are seasonal agricultural uses. So although there are not improvement values, those properties do have monetary value, or more so than a vacant property that wouldn't be used. As part of HCD guidelines and guidebook, if 50% or more of your sites are considered non-vacant, you have to provide an additional analysis in which you can show evidence that those properties are likely to develop within the next 8 years. So part of the additional background information that we've had to do within these last 6 months was provide part of that information. A lot of that included analysis and documentation of other properties within the city. As everyone knows, the majority of the sites within the city that have recently developed as residential are or have been seasonally agricultural. The ones off of O'Hara, off of Adams, those are all properties that previously had been used for agricultural purposes, in which we've been able to show that over our last housing element cycle, all developed in transition. And so we were able to show and provide evidence that seasonal agricultural uses of properties in the city of Brentwood does not impede their transition to become residential. So we provided that analysis, HCD reviewed that and found it acceptable.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Councilmember Mendoza.
Yeah, I think we all know that I also did not vote for Newsom last time, even though I am a diehard Democrat. And I actually am embarrassed that Grayson is our representative because he did betray us in co-authoring SB 423, which he knows will hand over all of our zoning decisions to developers in 4 years, because no one will be making 50% of their RENA number. And if you want to know what 50% of your RENA number is, let me know and I can give you that information. I have every city. So this is very frustrating that we have to do this. It's frustrating that we can't decide what we want built in our city. It's frustrating that the people who live here can't decide. It's also frustrating because we were one of the fastest growing cities that provided the most amount of housing in the 90s and the 2000s. So we did our fair share and we get punished for that. So the other thing is, I do want to change, because we see all of your redlining, I want to change the word to amended instead of repeal. Amended says it was wrong to begin with, and our sites were not wrong. Our sites still stand as they did that day. They were identified and they're zoned. So we have plenty, I mean, we're not going to build it, developers are going to build it if they choose to. But we have plenty of sites that we have identified. And I have very strong feelings about the builder's remedy applications that we have right now. I don't believe they are legitimate based on different court cases that have happened. And I think that changing the word from amended to repeal, as your suggestion would say, that we felt like the first round was wrong. Substantially compliant means that we substantially identified all of our sites and zoned them appropriately, which we did. So I would like to change the word, and I'd like to know how you all feel about that.
Vice Mayor?
Can we get some feedback from Kimley Horn about what that would look like? Because it makes sense to me. I just wanted to get your opinion.
Well, I think if I could just chime in, I know you called on Kimley Horn, but it's our resolution and our ordinance and our general plan amendment. So for us, it would just be a change in the terminology that you have before you tonight, just a minor swap of words. I'll defer to Katie if there's any other legal implications to that, but it's not a complicated or change to make.
Thank you.
And in terms of the attachments, for Katie's background, the attachments, as Councilmember Mendoza had indicated, are in red line version. So although it's not itemized every single page, like we would typically do, the document is redlined, and so it is clear what would be amended from the previous version.
So this is something that we would generally want to take some time to look at and research, because there is a significant difference legally between amending and repealing. Right now, we have an existing housing element that you all adopted last March, and that is on the books. That is officially part of your general plan. If you simply adopt this new housing element, there could be some question, potentially, some might argue, about what is the status of the previous one. And so in rescinding and repealing that, this was meant to be a wholesale replacement of that, to say we had adopted this up until today's date, up until February 13, 2024, and as of February 13, we're rescinding that and adopting this new version. So we have worked with outside legal counsel on this, who has blessed that approach, and that would continue to be our recommendation at this time. If the council wants more information on that and wants us to do further legal research on that, we can, but it would delay the process.
But nothing keeps us from making our motion, right? She said it's our motion. We could use the word amended instead of repeal if we chose to.
You could. I just don't have further information on the legal implications of that decision tonight.
Okay. Katie, if that change is made, what kind of time frame are we looking at of a delay? I understand that any delay is potentially problematic. Is the best word I can use, I guess the safest word I can use. What kind of time frame are we looking at to get more information if this is the change the council decides to do tonight?
If council's direction to staff is to look into the legal ramifications of making this change, then we would send that inquiry off to Barb Kautz, who is the outside counsel with whom we have worked on this for years now, and who many of you have met at conferences and who has presented here at the council. She's usually very quick to turn things around, but I can't speak for her workload right now. So certainly staff would have every intention of getting this back on the very next agenda possible. I just don't know if that would be I don't think that February 27 would be possible because of noticing, unless we just continued this hearing, which I guess we would do. So that would be our best guess, but that's not in my wheelhouse entirely, Mr. City Manager.
I think as of the 2nd, we're already substantially compliant. HCD said we are substantially compliant. We're just putting it on the books for ourselves. So I'm not scared of that. I just, I don't want to take away what we did before January 2nd.
It's my understanding that until we we accept it, that we are not considered through HCD to be substantially compliant. If I'm wrong, please let me know, but that was my understanding.
So we have the letter, we have to adopt, resubmit, and then HCD has to certify that housing element. So having the letter is definitely important, that they've said we're in substantial compliance, but until we adopt, we, meaning the city council, adopts that version of the housing element, and until that is certified by HCD, there's still going to be gray areas in terms of potential actions others could take in those intervening days and
But
weeks.
their own language says substantially compliant. So if we have a letter that, their language doesn't say anything else, but I think unless they changed it, I believe it said substantially compliant, and it always said substantially compliant, and we self-certified. After we self-certified, they came out and said, we can't do that, which is actually in the courts, right? Where cities are saying, no, yes, we can, if all of our sites are zoned and identified. So could we amend tonight if our legal outside counsel comes back and says, no, you need to make one more change, make it repeal, it's not going to hold as amend. I would say that we change the language to amend it tonight. If we need further action, then we update it to repeal. If not, we just leave it as is. I mean, because if we're going to continue it anyway, then there's nothing. I would rather have something than nothing.
So if I could clarify the process, if council approves the housing element tonight, we submit it to HCD tomorrow. So if there was something in the intervening time that led council to have to re-adopt, then we would have to resubmit to HCD. HCD has 60 days up to 60 days to certify that housing element once they receive it. So if council approved it tonight, we would submit it to HCD first thing tomorrow. And then that starts that 60-day clock. So if we resubmit it, it's likely, they'll start the clock again, but I don't have any guarantee on that. So the substantial compliance letter is definitely a good thing to have, but it's not as ironclad as having a certified housing element from HCD.
So, I'm sorry. What do you think about adopting as presented, and if that, so we know that we're protected, and if you want to change, if we want to change to
Once you
amend
repeal,
it?
you repeal.
Okay.
Yeah.
City Manager.
Just a thought that came to my mind is are we concerned about the semantics of the word repeal, or are we any concerns with the content of the red line changes that would become our new code? If there are no concerns with the content of those red lines, let's call it whatever we want, as long as it's understood that if you approve that, it would essentially replace what's in our current code. So if that's helpful, if you're good with the content, I would say call it what you want, but we're going to replace it in the code with what you adopt tonight.
Okay, now I'm even more confused. Sorry. So you're saying that it doesn't matter what we call, whether it's repeal or amend, it's going to replace it if we adopt the remainder of the red line?
So whatever you adopt tonight, the housing element is a chapter of the general plan, is an element of the general plan. So whatever you adopt tonight would replace that chapter that was adopted March 14th of last year. The red lines won't be published in the general plan, but that's for HCD's ease of review in the public's. And so if the concern about the word repeal is the implication that there was something inadequate or wrong or insufficient about our previous housing element, that's not the intent, right? The intent is just a procedural, this no longer applies and this applies, and it tracks, and it's very easy for everyone to understand. Rescind is a word we often use for ordinances. You rescind and replace. You can certainly say replace the March 22, 2023 housing element with this version. And, the legal implications will be what, we can let the lawyers, whether repeal, replace, rescind, have substantial differences if someone were to challenge this action. But the effect is whatever's in the housing element today gets replaced by whatever council adopts tonight or at another meeting.
Councilmember Pearson?
No, I was thinking of I wanted to ask a question about if we did continue it, but I think I like the idea of, I mean, if it doesn't really matter, why we can't do amend, but the other idea is rescind is another version of amend and I've been sitting up here looking at other language of instead of using the word of repealing, so rescinding or making an amendment. I mean, the amendment is what she said. So, I mean, I don't see why this is a big deal, this one word. And if she feels uncomfortable with the rescinding, it does mean we're completely saying we're getting rid of. Or replace is another word that you said. It's the same thing. We're replacing one with the other. I don't know how comfortable you feel with replace or rescind instead of revoke. But I also don't get why we just couldn't do amend. So I'm happy to keep going with discussion, or I'm happy for somebody to make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion, but I want to change the word if I have 3 votes.
Before I call for a motion, I'd like to hear from our legal on these different words. And personally, for me, not being an attorney, it's semantics. I understand that may or may not be legally accurate. Instead of using amend, replace, or any of these other words, what is your direction?
Excuse me. So this product before you is the culmination of an effort by many, many different people. The resolution is the work product of your legal counsel, both in-house and outside counsel, as well as our consultant and our excellent staff. The thought behind the word repeal is that we make it clear that this new housing element update that you would all be adopting is taking the place of the one that was there before. And it's just a clear record as to your legislative history here as to what you're doing. There may not be a legal problem with changing the word repeal to amend. I just want to make sure of that because we've been going through this process for almost 2 years now, and I don't want to imperil whatever decision you make by changing one word that our outside counsel has already advised the use of. And so that is my concern. We would have looked this up before, but we're learning of this now. So that is my one concern. It may all be fine. I can't tell you that sitting here tonight. I don't want to imperil the decision that you're about to make without the full information. If you want to go ahead and vote on this, you certainly can. And direct staff to submit this to HCD, and we can do the research and see what happens after that. If it is in fact the case that we want to use the original language that's in here, then we're coming back and we're doing this again, and perhaps we're prolonging that period where we would be potentially subject to a builder's remedy application. I think Alexis said in tonight's town hall that one just came in the door today. So that's my only concern here. And it is your decision. It's entirely your decision.
Thank you. Councilman Orleans, you have.
Yeah, so I guess the true question is, if we change the one word, does now we have to resubmit to HCD? They have an additional 60 days to approve that, and we're open to all of the things that were outlined in the staff report while they're reviewing it before we get it back, re-vote on it, and with the new word. Is that the way I'm understanding it?
Not entirely. So if we submit to HCD tomorrow, they have up to 60 days to certify it. They may not, but they're likely to take the full 60 days. We do have a substantial conformance letter, as Councilmember Mendoza pointed out. The interpretation of when the builder's remedy applies is still fraught. It's still in court cases, it's still different interpretations. So that's why council adopted a housing element last March to give us as much protection as we could from the builder's remedy We still have 3 applications that were submitted by developers. That's still an argument to be made between us and them and what applies. Then we submit tomorrow, they have 60 days. Someone could come in with a builder's remedy application within those 60 days. Again, we have a substantial conformance letter. We have a new adopted housing element. We would hope that that would give us some protection if they decided to move forward with those builder's remedies. But those things are still, there isn't a yes or no on whether it applies, unfortunately, because it's all being challenged as we speak by various cities and various developers. So until we have a certified housing element from HCD, there's still some gray area about those builder's remedy issues. The other remedies outlined in the staff report are applicable if you don't have a certified housing element at all. So the fines, the HCD intervention, those are if we did not have a certified housing element of any kind. Okay, so if we're making progress and taking steps to get a certified housing element, it is highly unlikely that they would take those other remedies against the city. But the builder's remedy, the big one, is that's still a possibility and something we would have to argue about, and there would be ambiguity until we have a certified housing element from the state.
You know, Alexis, that is true regardless of what word is used currently. The same process exactly would happen. Okay.
Correct.
But we're not certifying the word amend. That's just our resolution for us in this building.
Right.
What we're certifying is the document, and the document does not say the word amend. We're certifying that us on our books, we're taking this housing element, we're good to go. We can decide what we want to call that. The document stands the same, whether we call it amend, like throw it out, take it back in, like it doesn't matter. Like that's just our own word. But I don't want to say repeal because I do feel like we have some good standing right now. And if we use the word repeal, that means that never held any water, in my opinion. Like that's what I would argue is like, well, you repealed it. It never really existed. I want to be clear that it existed and we redlined, so we amended. We didn't say we're not throwing it out. It still stands good because every single site was identified and every single site was zoned appropriately, which is what many say makes you substantially compliant. Everything else is fluff. It is your sites that are the most important in this document. And the other stuff is just people going back and forth.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further discussion? Yes, Council.
Through the mayor. So Councilmember Mendoza, I believe it's section 7 of the resolution that you're referencing. Is that correct?
I don't know.
Where it says the council repeals the March 2023 housing element and adopts the November 2023 housing element.
Yeah, I mean, in the motion, I want to say, as detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt a resolution to amend the March 2023 housing element and adopt the city's November 2023 housing element update.
Okay, just in the spirit of trying to get you where you want to go tonight, I wonder if you would be amenable to just being silent on that issue and just saying a resolution of the city council approving a general plan amendment to adopt the November 2023 housing element of the general plan and just.
So take out amend, take out repeal.
Right.
How do you guys feel about that?
I would be okay with that.
Okay.
Because really, our goal here is not to change the content of the document itself. It's just to change how we adopt that document.
So if that's the council's will, then staff could take a note of that. If that's what gets a vote of the majority of you, that would amend the title of the document to take out the repeal language, and it would amend section 7 of the document, which now provides that you want to, quote, repeal the March 2023 housing element and adopt the November 2023. So if your motion was to give staff direction to just take those words out, we could do that. If you also want to direct staff to look into any legal ramifications of that, we could follow up on that.
So, and we can still submit tomorrow morning, and if you find out there's this like craziness, then we can just bring it back. If not, then we don't see it again, right?
That's correct, and I have fewer concerns about this approach than changing to amend and leaving open some question about the relationship between the two documents.
Okay. You guys all good
Okay.
with that?
Do I have a motion?
Yes, so as detailed in the staff report, well, I move to adopt a resolution to adopt the March 2023 housing element. Oh, I'm sorry, the November 2023 housing element update and make adjustments to section 7 to remove the word appeal, right? Repeal, yeah. And is that good? Or do you need anything else on that? Okay.
I will second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
And thank you, all four of you. I know that was a lot. And just thank you.
Okay, the motion moves. We'll move into item F2. This next item is in consideration of a municipal code amendment regarding oil and gas regulations, and Eric Nothenius will present. Thank you, Jennifer.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and council members, for your patience as we switch seats. I just want to let you know off the bat, I don't have a slideshow to click through, so I'll try to keep my presentation fairly brief. But I want to take everybody back to just about 2 years ago, March of 2022, and that's when the council directed staff to return with a moratorium on oil and gas drilling in the city, while at the same time researching and preparing an ordinance to address such uses near sensitive receptors, as well as banning oil and gas drilling in the city. The council followed that up in April with a 45-day moratorium, and then extended that moratorium in May for an effective period of 1 year. In March of last year, prior to expiration of the moratorium, the council extended it for an additional 12 months. In May, the Planning Commission considered a version of an ordinance that would enact a permanent ban on oil and gas operations in the city. That ordinance was never presented to the council, however, as staff was in the process of monitoring the outcome of a California Supreme Court case known as Chevron versus County of Monterey, which was ultimately decided in August. Finally, in October, staff provided an informational update to the council, indicating that a revised version of the proposed ordinance, and based in part on that Chevron case, would be considered by the commission for further review and recommendation. To address the court's decision, the revised ordinance focuses narrowly on the specific locations in the city where oil and gas development may occur, and primarily does the following 3 things. Number 1, it removes oil and gas development as being conditionally permitted uses in both the PD 17, which is generally the Garin Ranch area, and PD 55, which is generally the Scortino Ranch, Sand Creek and Brentwood Boulevard area, those 2 zoning districts. Number 2, it states that oil and gas development may be permitted or conditionally permitted in a zoning district only if those uses are expressly listed as such. And then last, number 3, it further revises Chapter 17.680 of the city's municipal code in case a future council decides to allow oil and gas development in a particular district or districts. It should be noted that there are no active or pending permit applications relating to any proposed oil and gas development in the city. As a result, the ordinance won't have any immediate or anticipated effect on private property or development rights. Staff has analyzed the proposed ordinance for compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act and determined that it's exempt, meaning there's no additional environmental analysis that's needed or required. So just about a month ago, on January 16th, the commission held a public hearing to review the draft ordinance and unanimously recommended that it be adopted by the council. So that concludes staff's presentation at this time. I'll turn it over to the mayor for any questions. Thank you.
Any clarifying questions of staff? Seeing none at this time, I need a motion. I will open the public hearing, and I'll open public comments. Margaret.
At this time, the public present in the chambers and on Zoom are permitted to address the city council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak under public comment. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. We'll take public comments in the chambers, followed by Zoom. Remarks are limited to 5 minutes. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. And we did receive 3 written public comments on this item, which have been posted on the city's agendas webpage. I have no speaker cards in person, and I have one hand raised in Zoom. I'll call on Carolina. Carolina, go ahead.
Thank you for your time this evening. I am calling in support of this. This has been a long time coming. Our young people here in Brentwood did an amazing job of bringing facts to the table about the effects of oil and gas. And I think that we need to show the future generation that are going to live with the consequences that we support them, and that we are not only behind them and their efforts so they can continue doing what they do, but also that we care about our city, our residents, the health of our residents, and that we are really looking forward to a healthier Brentwood. And having said that, I really wish we could have had public comment earlier, so I could have asked those Girl Scouts where their booth is, because I'm in desperate need of cookies. Thank you for your time.
Doing Shakespeare, I had never felt that before. You occupied the role. Oh, yes, sir. The piano lesson took it.
There we go. I have no additional hands raised in Zoom.
At this time, we'll close public comment. And I need a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Okay. We'll open discussion. Is there any discussion on this item?
Yeah, this is a long time coming. We worked really, really hard on this. And I just want to say thank you to the Sunflower Alliance, specifically Shoshana, who's worked really, really hard. And I've learned more about oil and gas drilling than I ever thought I would in my entire life. I want to thank the Center for Biological Diversity, who actually are the ones who pay lawyers and go out there and fight these battles for us and have helped us so much, at least me as a council person. You know, Carolina mentioned the teens. I want to thank Ian Cohen and all of the high schoolers from, you know, Heritage, Deer Valley, all the high schools around, because they actually really got together and worked really hard on this. I want to thank the city of Antioch, Monica and Lamar, who really were our partners on this. You know, you can't do something alone. And I'm hoping that other cities look at this and see that it's not necessary to do in your city. There's plenty of other land around where you can do it. And I'm hoping that our Board of Supervisor, Diane Burgess, really looks at this and implements something along these lines at the county level, because that is the biggest threat to Brentwood. Is 1,000 feet from our homes in Brentwood, there is a company that wants to do oil and gas drilling. So while we took care of it in our city, it's still a threat up and down Deer Valley, which they said is prime for making a lot of money. So I want to thank everyone who has worked so hard. Thank you.
Any further conversation? Okay, do I have a motion on this item?
I'll make a motion. And let's see, am I on the right one? Yes, I am. So as detailed in the staff report, I move to waive the first reading and introduce an ordinance governing oil and gas development uses as set out in rezone 23-003.
I second that motion.
We have a first and a second. Margaret?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood removing oil and gas development uses as conditionally permitted uses in Plan Development District 17 and 55, requiring oil and gas development uses to be expressly listed as permitted or conditionally permitted in a district to be permitted or eligible for conditional use permits, and amending oil and gas production regulations and finding the action exempt from CEQA.
Okay, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is unanimous. It is moved. Thank you. Thank you, Eric, for all of your work. You can't get out of here without being thanked. I know you're like to. Okay, thank you so much. At this time, we'll move into business items. Item G1. This item was related to a Juneteenth event, and Tien will present. Tien?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council, T&E, and Recreation Manager. Tonight's staff report is in regard to a requested future agenda item request from Councilmember Pearson in early 2023. The item requested a report back with information about budgets, staffing, potential partnerships, and additional information that may assist in analyzing hosting a Juneteenth event. Included in the staff report is a collection of information and research city staff has compiled to aid City Council in their discussion tonight. This includes information about a past 2022 Juneteenth event that was hosted as an external event through the city's special event process in Brentwood, information about 2023 Juneteenth events in neighboring cities and communities close to Brentwood, cost ranges for community events for City of Brentwood, that City Brentwood hosts, and listings of holiday and cultural external events that are hosted in the city. With this information is also information about possible Juneteenth events this year. The Forever Me Foundation is interested in hosting a Juneteenth celebration in Brentwood and has already submitted a special event application and fee waiver application for their event on June 19th. The fee waiver application submitted by the Forever Me Foundation is estimated to be in the range of $2,294 to $10,167. This range is estimated as it's dependent on final scheduled activities for the event, use of city facilities, number of estimated attendance, and other event factors not yet known as the event still is in the process of being planned. The Forever Me Foundation has also provided the city with an event budget as well as information requesting the city be a sponsor to their event with minimum sponsorship levels beginning at $1,000 for a Juneteenth supporter sponsor up to a Celebration of Freedom title sponsor of $30,000 or more. Tonight we have the founder and CEO of the Forever Me Foundation, Clarissa Wilson, available for questions on Zoom. And we also have more board members in the chamber as well. So for tonight's staff report, city staff is seeking direction from City Council on 2 items. The first item is allocation of funds for a 2024 Juneteenth event. There are a number of options discussed in the staff report ranging from no action tonight, approving a fee waiver exceeding $5,000 for the Forever Me Foundation event, being a financial sponsor to the Forever Me Foundation Juneteenth event, or City Council directing staff to return with more information on what can be done by the city for a Juneteenth event for 2024, or a combination of these options. Please note at this time, no funds have been allocated for a 2024 Juneteenth event, and this applicant's fee waiver is coming before council because it's estimated to exceed the $5,000 threshold from the use of city funds policy. Depending on City Council's direction tonight related to funds committed to a 2024 Juneteenth event, city staff will continue exploring how to have a Juneteenth event in Brentwood this year. It's also important to note Juneteenth currently falls between 2 existing Concert in the Park community events within a 10-week concert summer schedule. This also coincides with the start of most of Parks and Recreation summer programming, Camp Brentwood, Junior Giants Aquatics, and other programming. And it's typically weeks before the annual 4th of July parade, hosted, planned, and organized by Parks and Recreation staff with all hands on deck. The second item that city staff is requesting council discuss is allocation for funds for fiscal year 24-25 and fiscal year 25-26 for future Juneteenth events. As mentioned in the staff report, there are a number of options discussed, ranging from city staff releasing a RFP, request for proposals for organizations to host Juneteenth events in the future, city staff working with local groups or organizations on incorporating the Juneteenth event holiday into existing concerts in the park schedule, or a combination of the above options. What will assist staff with this item is understanding the scope and size of the event City Council is seeking, and if a budget can be allocated for these events during City Council's upcoming budget workshops. With allocated funds, city staff will better understand the type of event City Council is seeking. Funding will also assist city staff in understanding the scope of the event. City staff may need assistance during this eventful but busy time of the year. The possible incorporation of the event into existing programming and partnering with local community groups is a solution staff is recommending with a budget amount City Council intends to invest so that, again, staff can understand the scope and scale of the event. This concludes my staff report, and I'm available for questions.
Any questions of staff at this time? Councilmember Mendoza.
You had a really nice event in Brentwood a couple of years ago. You left us one year, but that's okay. How much did we helped you on that one, right? I can't remember how much we helped on that.
It was $1,000.
And it was a, what? It was just 1,000?
It was in 2022, from my understanding, we provided a fee waiver to the organizers at that time. I believe it was about $603 for that fee waiver.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
And then we also gave up to the signature authority for our city manager for $1,000 last year for the event. Yes.
Mayor, if I may, yes, you're correct. In 2022, that was when we did the fee waiver. 2023 was $1,000 for the county event. So I just wanted to separate those two events for different years.
Okay. Any further clarifying questions of staff at this time?
I have a clarifying question. So I didn't get what I asked for, and I'll talk about that in a discussion. What I didn't see in this report, maybe you can tell me. What is the budget? My original ask is if the city did this on their own. What is the budget? And I do not see that for the city to put it on. And the staff, I actually have my quote that I asked, how much manpower you need. And actually Councilmember Mendoza, when I watched back the video, asked the same question. And that's devoid in this report. So I would like to know, have you come up with any type of budget? Because that's what we've been waiting over a year for.
Councilmember Pearson, I don't have a budget for that, unfortunately. I think it kind of depends on understanding what the scope and size of the event would look like. And what I mean by that is, included in the staff report, we provided some cost of what some city-hosted events are. You have, for lack of better terms, kind of our smaller events that are just our movies in the park. And by smaller, I don't mean by attendance, I mean by just the cost of the city, up to our Concert in the Park series that can range from $12,000 to $15,000 per event. And again, those costs range between the AV setup, the band that we actually have, the porta potties, and what those things are. So unfortunately, I do not have that. We don't have an allocated budget to a Juneteenth event at this time. And I think that's what staff is also seeking in tonight, understanding how big or what kind of scope of an event that council would be looking for staff to try to put on for the future.
Additionally, my other question is, how many attempts or times has there been meetings to try to organize or settle up what an event would look like if the city put it on versus us partnering with a third party? Because that was the question that I initially asked back in February, back in March, back in May. And that's what I'm seeking. The report was to come back, not to just talk about what other third parties we're entertaining, but specifically I said, in addition to us looking at third parties, what can we do so that this becomes an annual event? And I'm still, it's not in the report.
So for the first part of that question, Councilmember Pearson, we've had a number of talks about the Juneteenth event. From my understanding, like you mentioned, this was a future agenda item request back in February of last year. At the time, we had a number of staff vacancies on staff. We had our 75th annual celebrations. So we did have conversations about, what event would look like, what type of staffing we would need. Unfortunately, due to a number of circumstances, and I don't want to make excuses, that was the time when I was starting in this position as well. It was a challenge for us to prioritize a different number of our assignments that we had. I think to the second part of that question, Councilmember Pearson, is we have had, a number of talks about this. I hate to say this, but it just, again, depends on the type of event that City Council will be looking for. If we were looking to, as we talked about in future years, in 25, 26, or future fiscal years, if we incorporated this event into our Concert in the Park series, there wouldn't be a huge ask because it'd be one of the 10 concerts that we'd be providing. If there was a conversation about doing it with a concert, but also partnering with a nonprofit to provide other elements to that event. Again, it just depends on the type of event that council's looking, and a big part of that's going to be tied to how much council wants to invest or spend for an event. We can do smaller type events where we do tabling and partner collaboration with other events. That's a lower cost, but again, not quite sure what scale council's looking for an event. Unfortunately, I can't answer that question very well.
Thank you. I want to ask, will we make, for the discussion portion, will we allow the applicant who submitted to answer questions if council wants to answer questions during that time?
Yes, I believe we should have a board member from the Forever Me Foundation available in the chamber, but we also should have the CEO and founder on Zoom as well.
Okay.
Of course, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. This has been pending a very long time, this coming back to us, and I'm aware of Forever Me Foundation, having been to their Juneteenth event in Antioch, and then, of course, the one they did here. So obviously they have this down to a science and they know what they're doing. But I feel it's a bit unfair to ask someone to do such a large event in such a short period of time. And I would like to understand why this took so long, because I don't know if Forever Me Foundation put the application in after they saw that this was coming back, or they were proactive and we just didn't get to it. Typically, I would think this kind of thing would go through LUD because of the questions that they're asking, because of the ranking and all of that. But I kind of feel like this hasn't. I just feel like we need to understand the timeline of this. It doesn't seem like it was very well done. Thanks.
I'll jump in here on the timeline. So it's just a matter of our recreation staff has been extremely busy with the 75th anniversary. Again, Tian and staff, it was the first year of him coming into this position. So there's been a lot of things happening. But I understand the frustration here from staff or from the city council as far as this not coming back sooner. We are here tonight to get some direction from the city council so that we can still provide a 2024 event and pull it off. So as far as the budget goes, possibly some direction on maybe a not to exceed number so that we can put either work with Forever Me, or if the city wants to take this on as a primary event, I think we still have time to pull it together. But we should have brought this back sooner, and I take responsibility for that. But our staff have been busy doing a lot of different events, and so it's just a matter of just the amount of items on the plate to be able to come back. But I completely understand the council's frustration with that.
Sorry, did you have another question? And maybe it's a discussion, but when it comes to budget, is there, I guess we don't have an amount, but do we have funds allocated somewhere for this?
We do not.
Okay, so that's one of the things we're gonna have to discuss. And I know that, I know there's discretionary funds, because I think today someone said that you are gonna authorize $5,000 to $10,000 for parking spaces on the street. So I think we have to figure out what we're gonna cut and find some funds, but we can discuss that a little bit. I just was wondering if we had any money allocated currently. Okay.
Vice Mayor, Councilmember Orleans.
Yeah, sorry. I don't think there's any question that staff for Public Works has been working their tail off, but maybe a heads up earlier in, hey, we can't get, excuse me, we don't have the time to get to this. Is there something else that we should be working on? Advice, looking for direction would have been made this a lot easier pill to swallow than 4 months before an event. We asked, Councilmember Pearson asked 12 months ago. 8 months have passed with basically, according to Tien, nothing being done. There hasn't really been anything done on this, and we haven't gotten anywhere. And I 100% understand, just a heads up would have been a little bit easier for us to be able to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's discussion, so let me stop.
Okay, if there are no further clarifying questions, at this time we'll open public comment.
At this time, public present in the chambers and on Zoom are permitted to address the city council on the agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak under public comment. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. We'll take public comment from those in the chambers first, then those on Zoom. Remarks are limited to 5 minutes. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired and we receive no written public comments on this item. I do have one speaker card in person. I'll call on Velma.
Good evening, Council. Just for semantics purposes, Clarissa is on Zoom, and I would rather her speak ahead of me since she is the CEO of this foundation, and I am here in person. She is still in San Diego, so I would like for her to speak first, and then I can come secondary, if that's okay.
Velma, since this is public comment, if you would rather speak as a board member during discussion, that would be fine.
Okay.
Okay, we can do
Yeah,
that.
that's
then.
fine.
Okay, thank you.
I have hands raised in Zoom. I'll call on Danny. Danny, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Councilwoman Pearson, I believe you might have a bit of a feeling of frustration. I believe when I say I share this particular circumstance does seem to be a bit odd because of the time it has taken. I didn't recall honestly until listening how many times you've asked, but it does seem to have a pattern. And I am truly trying not to slam anybody. But the fact remains that 4 months before an event and staff is asking for clarification on something that it sounded like it was pretty clear. So this is more of for me, it's disappointing because I think of some of the other events that have gone on that the asks of the council or other city leaders seem to come up a lot faster. And I'll just use this particular event. And that just strikes me as curious. And yes, staff is busy, new kid on the block. I take full responsibility. I guess I'm looking more for accountability than responsibility. Of course, the gentleman who said, I'm taking responsibility. Well, that's great, but it's the accountable. Who's going to be held accountable? And with all due respect to the folks that are planning on doing this for us because we're not prepared, that I'm glad they're there. However, it would have been nice if this was a true Brentwood-centric event. Thank you.
The next speaker is Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. Yeah, our comments are limited because of sometimes people want to say things that are ugly, and here we have the chance to say something really beautiful. Juneteenth is a celebration, and it has long been a celebration in our country, but many people just do not know of it, and it's about time they did. Juneteenth celebrates what is widely regarded as the last day of slavery in the United States. Slavery, it was a shame on us all, and to finally say that no man is owned by another man, no woman is owned by another person. I just cannot imagine a more momentous occasion. And, we were given the Martin Luther King birthday a while back, but it seemed like nobody ever celebrated it, or, nobody ever got the day off or even sold a mattress. But Juneteenth seems to have caught on. It's super important. And the way I feel about it, the best way to fight objectionable speech is with more speech. So let's talk about Juneteenth. Let's talk about the great thing that it is. I would love to hear more discussion on council about what Juneteenth is and why it's so important. And I'd like to hear it explained to staff that this is not a minor thing. Juneteenth is a major holiday. It's a holiday celebrating something that we should all be thankful for. And it's something that we all need to learn more about. Again, I cannot think of a more important or momentous occasion in the history of our country than the end of slavery. I think more momentous even than overthrowing King George. So yeah, I don't want to beat up on staff or anything. I just want to hear some discussion that Juneteenth is not some small thing. It's a big thing, and it's something we should really celebrate in this city in the same way that we celebrate the 4th of July, honestly. Thank you. That's my comment.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ian. Ian, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi. Sorry if my audio is bad. I just came back from Concord, but I have to fully agree with Rod. We should definitely celebrate this holiday. Rod, thank you for that, telling us what that holiday is. I personally didn't really know. I think City Council, if we can pull it off, do it. Honestly, I hate to bash, but a shame that our Parks and Rec staff did not come back to council with ample time to do it ourselves as the city government. But I can't blame them. They're busy. There was a lot of great events last year, and I hope this is a learning opportunity and we do better. But if a nonprofit or someone wants to help the city do this event, we 100% should do it. It's not just about celebrating that holiday and that momentous like turning in American history, but it's also about bringing the Brentwood community together, and it ties into so many goals that the city of Brentwood wants to do, from economic development to community. So much. I don't need to go on and on about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Clarissa, did you want to speak under public comment? You raise your hand if you'd like to speak now. Okay, then next I will call on Jim. Jim, go ahead. Jim, can you unmute? He's not unmuting. There's no additional people with their hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, we'll close public comments and move into council discussion. Councilmember Pearson.
Thank you. I'm happy to start this discussion off. I just went back over my time I'm right now, I appreciate all the public comments. And Danny, you're absolutely right. What you're seeing is frustration, and it's not to jab and say that the staff did anything intentional, but it is bothersome. When I reviewed all of the past videos, I looked at comments that we made and what the ask was, and I feel like tonight is not very fair to the applicant for Ever Me Foundation, because I don't ever think that their request should have been combined with my request. It should have been two separate requests. My request was on February 14th, so we're a full year, almost to the date, where I asked for us to look at celebratory events to match our proclamations. During that time, I brought up Juneteenth. And during that time, there was also a request that I haven't seen in here where Vice Mayor asked for feedback from the downtown businesses as to what works for them or what does not work for them. That's missing here as well. On March 28th, I asked for us to, again, look at the Juneteenth event. And I asked for us to specifically, as a city, do something. Now, let me tell you why I'm saying us as a city and not us punting the ball to a third party. If there is not an application next year, it won't happen next year. My goal is to have this become an annual event. And to Rod's point, I'm happy you asked for us to talk about the importance. I want to say the reason why this keeps coming up to me, and I have tried my best every time this comes up not to get emotional, because of something Frederick Douglass said. Frederick Douglass, when asked about July 4th, 1776, said, what to a slave is the 4th of July? I'm going to add to that, what to the African American is the 4th of July? What to the woman was the 4th of July? Pre-women suffrage, people were still enslaved. So there was no independence for people who look like me in gender, by my gender choices, and by the color of my skin. So I'm not saying denounce the 4th of July. I'm all American. I'm saying add to perfect us establishing the responsibility of what happened, which was slavery. Now, for those of you who do not know, on January 1st, 1863, Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation, not just to end slavery, but to protect the Union. Abraham actually said if he could continue slavery, he would have continued slavery if the Union was supported. But on that day, he signed the Emancipation Proclamation to support the Union, and slaves were freed. However, not all people were freed. It took 2 more years. It wasn't until June 19th, 2 years later, that you had people in Texas who were still murdered, raped, we're gonna tell the truth tonight, raped by their masters, beaten, who were still enslaved and forced into work, still for 2 additional years when they had freedom. It wasn't until June 19th, 1865 that all people were free. But then guess what? When we had a time where we can get economic advantages, Jim Crow laws came into place. And you still have the effects of slavery. You have the effects of Jim Crow that still keep people like me and people who are lighter than me, who are brown, and women still with unequal pay. And now we add to it people who have a different sexual orientation and disability. I apologize, I'm emotional, because this is important. This is why I ran. I don't need the money. This year, I got my returns back, and from the city of Brentwood, I made $83 after my medical benefits were paid. I do not do this for money. I do this because there are people with disabilities like me. I do this with people who have skin like me, who have my gender, who do not have a voice. And I think that we need to make this as important. We go all out for the 4th of July. And I asked in February for this. And yes, I'm not only frustrated, I'm pissed. And then it was combined with someone who I adore and her daughter who I adore. But it's not fair to the applicant because right now, based on what I'm seeing in the staff report, by granting the applicant money, it does not support us continuing it in the future. It just puts a Band-Aid that we're gonna have of Juneteenth thrown by them this year. And it puts them in an unfair advantage. They submitted their application. After the agenda came out, I refused. I know Velma personally, not from any personal advantages that I get with her, because she does a lot of community work. And I had to get to know Velma. She does a lot. Her daughter does a lot for the community. I got to know them. I went to the Juneteenth they threw here, which was a good start. I went to the Juneteenth, and Velma knows I'm brutally honest. I know nothing but the truth. To their Juneteenth event last year, it was an epic, epic fail. And it's no disrespect to any one of them, but I tell the absolute truth. For me, what I asked for, and I said it in May, when we do something, we should do it in excellence. Bruce, you actually said, and I appreciate you falling on your sword, sir. That is very honorable. 10, I appreciate you saying, telling the truth. Look, I didn't even have the bandwidth. It was just me doing the job of several people. But the truth is, we get a lot of other stuff done. We did 4th of July in Exodus, the 76 year, and we couldn't take a time to put it together. We have 2 people here saying they can get it done in 4 months. But a whole staff can't get it done in the time period. And in May, what Bruce told me was, I reviewed the videotapes. Bruce said, we don't have the bandwidth. Juneteenth, 2023 is only a few months around the corner. We can't get it done. I laughed and I said, sir, I'm not expecting that from you, but I will hope by next year. And you said yes. And now we're next year, and as a city, we can't put it together. And it puts me in a complicated position to sit across from somebody who I adore and respect, and to see her daughter on this thing, to sit back and know that you're asking me to put them in a complicated position when they submitted their application in November. They submitted their application in November. It is now the end of February. We're considering it. They have limited time. And my concern is that we're going to get what they did last year. And I'm being honest. In Antioch. And that is not what if you read my article, that is not what I want for the city of Brentwood. I do not think that's what the residents want. So what I'm trying to figure out is how can we have a both and? How can we support the vision of people who believe in Juneteenth as much as I do? How can we support them? But how can we have everybody collectively sit at the table in our efforts as a city, put the same freaking effort that I see on the 4th of July towards Juneteenth? Because Juneteenth is my 4th of July. That's my barbecue day. That's my day to celebrate that I don't have shackles on my feet. That's my day that I know nobody's putting nets on the side of boats because people were jumping to their death because they didn't want to be enslaved. That's my celebration day. So I don't want anybody up here to sugarcoat and BS anybody. How do we get it done? Because every time we talk about DEI right now, it is a bad word. Nobody wants to do DEI trainings anymore. George Floyd died in vain. Everybody cared about him at first, and nobody cares anymore. But I'm still carrying on to make sure that that kind of stuff never happens again. I would like to see for Juneteenth, which was beautiful the year that I saw it in Antioch. I left here, it was a great event. It was a good event. It was a good start for people who had limited time, and though we supported with $1,000, they had limited resources, and it was a good event. And then I went to Antioch, and I'm not gonna diss Antioch, even though they didn't support this group. But when I went there, police presence, to see intersectionality between Black people and police. So we can take down the veil that says there's a bad thing where we're arguing Black lives versus blue lives. It's stupid. When we know they're there to protect and serve. I'm sorry I'm ranting. You guys elected me, and I'm gonna take my moment to do it because I'm passionate about it. And you're gonna keep hearing me talk about it. But we need to see it. I would love to see an event where our police are playing with kids, the same way that I've seen at the Dia de los Muertos events, that the other events that we support, that's what they need to see. That's what Black kids need to see. Police are unintimidating. They're here to protect and serve you. To see our community leaders, white men, Black men, the same thing Martin Luther King said, standing up and making statements. At the Juneteenth that Velma threw, that her daughter and her threw, Clarissa and Velma threw, I saw I'm talking about here in 2022, there were all of 5 white people. Everybody else was Black. That's a damn shame. And you guys can, on Zoom, you can cite me for saying damn, but it was a damn shame. And I didn't see any city staff, and that was prior to me being on city council. That's ridiculous. So I have a lot more to say, but I'm done.
I appreciate everything you said. My heart hurts for you. I don't, we're on interagency, and we talk about this all the time on interagency. And we got to do something, because I sent her a post, and it had nothing to do with council, so I sent it to Susanna and I sent it to Patanisha, where our kids in our high schools are not doing well. Our Black kids are not doing well, and they were really upset. I don't know what happened, but they were upset. And we've got to set the example. It's got to be us. And not only does it, and I think it's great Patanisha wants to do it, but you know what means more? Is if Joel, Susanna, and Tony fight for us. When we have allies that show up for us, and Tim, my expectation is you should be the biggest ally in every single agenda item. And I don't know how to do that, right? Because we've asked for this and you failed us. We had Hanson Lane and you failed us. And it's like, I don't know. I'm glad you're here, because I felt really alone. Not like alone because you supported me, but it's hard when you're the only brown person up here because people don't get it. So I get you and I appreciate you and I feel what you're feeling. It hurts me for you, but we got to figure something out. And there is money. There is discretionary money. Like when I heard you're going to spend $5,000 to $10,000 on parking today, and I'm sitting here looking at this agenda. I'm like, why are we spending $5,000 to $10,000 on parking spaces? We should be spending it on the people like Juneteenth. Like, what's more important? Is more important finding a parking space or making people feel welcome in the city? I would say making people feel welcome, setting an example, making sure that kids, that administration in schools, they said teachers and administration. And if we can't set us an example for teachers and administration, I don't know who does in this city. It should be us, right? So I think we need to figure out what we can do. And, I'm looking at, I don't know if the money comes from a grant money. Well, it's been like about $180,000 every year, except for like COVID when it went down a lot. I don't know if we pull money out of there and we relook at those. We've talked about that. Some of these are not economic development events that we can cut. Like, right? We love the turkey trot. The turkey trot does nothing for economic development. You and I have talked about that. It was brought to my attention. It does not do anything. So I think there is money to be had. I have a question for you, Patanisha. Are you looking for something on June 19th, which is a Wednesday, or are you looking for something the weekend before? Because I think we need to, we keep telling them to do something, but let's just define what we want, right? As a council, what do we want the event to look like? And what does the investment look like? And if we have to cut something, we have to cut something. I know that we put money away for the general plan update. I don't think we need to do that right now. We had over $1 million, take half of it, pay down the pension, keep half of it, put that to ad hoc projects, because we don't have any money for projects this coming year, none. Where I would be happy if we paid off the pension half. And then once Costco start, designate any tax income, the first million or whatever of Costco tax revenue income goes to the general plan update, and that's when you get your general plan update done, when we earn it. But we don't have any money left over at all for any community events, for any ad hoc events. So we've got to find the money somewhere. I think that's what we should do. But I think with what kind of event were you looking for? Wednesdays, weekend?
Before we get into this, because we're going to have a long discussion and we're going to figure out how we want to get it done. Councilman Orlemans, you had your light on.
So first off, Patanisha, you as passionate as you want to be.
Mm-hmm.
You have the right to stand up and scream and jump up and down and let us all know what we aren't taking care of. But during agenda review, we had a short conversation. So I have a couple maybe suggestions or ideas that may help this or at least spur the conversation along. I think this event needs to be run by the city. There is no way I'm feeling that you couldn't do an amazing job, but as some of the other speakers like Rod or Danny were talking about, the time and the money and the effort we put into the 4th of July or we put into any of our other holiday parades, tree lightings, we need to put that kind of passion into this event. Bruce, you said it just a few minutes ago. You can get it done. You think in the 4 months, but I don't think we should be setting aside the Forever Me group. Maybe we should get together with them and build a collaboration where we can work together as a group and get other people to sit in with that group and organize an event. I'm not saying this as a slam for anybody in the city of Brentwood. Our staff works their tails off. I know you work very, very hard at what you do, but I don't think the majority of the people sitting on this dais know what a Juneteenth event's supposed to look like. I think there might be one, and maybe having her on that same group to coordinate this event. After listening to Patanisha during an agenda review, she felt very passionate that it needed to be done on Juneteenth. It needed to be done on the 19th, which lends us to working with Forever Me in organizing this and putting it all together. We were talking that there is a movie in the park, concert in the park on the 21st, which is the Friday. I was shocked, slightly shocked, to find out that there's $12,000 to $15,000 every time we have a concert in the park.
Mm-hmm.
if there's no concert in the park on the 21st, because we're going to use the city park on the 19th, then we have $12,000 or $15,000 from that concert event that we could move into the Juneteenth event. And I'm not saying we have to cancel all these other events, but it just makes sense. We don't want to run 2 events in City Park at the same time or within the same week. So let's give the City Park a break after the Juneteenth event. I honestly believe the city of Brentwood needs to own this event, and we need to step into it with our shoulders to the grindstone and make it happen and make it the event that it should be.
I would like to say a couple things. First of all, I am thrilled and honored to be sitting next to someone who is as passionate as you are about this event, but more than that, about humanity and what this means. I know you know this, and I know several of the council members know this. I'm half Cherokee. My 4th great-grandmother, I have her emancipation papers. My family was enslaved. This means as much to me, but regardless of that, our community deserves to celebrate with you and the African American community this event and let this be a milestone and an example to communities around us. I was a participant in 1990s, early 90s in Washington, D.C. at the Juneteenth event as a musician in the plaza, in the mall, at the foot of the George Washington Memorial. And there are some amazing things that we could do that they did. One of the things I would like your input on is I would like a couple of things. On June 19th, maybe we could have an event downtown similar to what we do for Veterans Day, and then on Friday, the concert in the park, have that as a Juneteenth big music celebration cultural event that we take the funds that would have been going to another group, the 10, 15,000, whatever it is, and we're able to use that. So we have a on June 19th, because that's important, to acknowledge that day publicly. But in addition to that, on the following Friday concert in the park, make that the continuation of the celebration. Music is a huge part of the African American culture. And I think we should take advantage of that and the finances that we have and educate and connect with our community through that as well. I'm just throwing that out there. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I'm a middle-aged white woman. I can't claim to understand what you're feeling, or Councilmember Mendoza, what you're feeling. I can hope that I can be the ally that you're looking for. But I can't say that I've faced the things that you have or felt the feelings that you have about this. So I do want to say I am frustrated. I can definitely share your frustration because I honestly had forgotten about when the request was made until you said that again. And then I'm thinking, I don't understand it. I don't get this. But what I can say too is that optics are important, and city leaders, whether they're on staff or whether they're on council, need to make sure that every one of their residents feel welcome and heard and respected and valued and all of that. And frankly, we're a council with a majority white appearance, if you will. And we're our city leaders and our staff are majority white. And there's a responsibility that comes with that when it comes to something like this, where we can't wait for the opportunity to be an ally. We have to look for those opportunities. And I think this is one of them. So I would absolutely am open to whatever discussion you feel best about, that represents the community and represents the people in it that need to be heard and need to be represented. I don't need to be someone making decisions on the different parts of the event or anything, although I certainly think music is a wonderful thing that unifies people. But beyond that, I'm absolutely here to be an ally and to listen to what the suggestions are. And you were not too passionate.
Thank you. So I thank you all for those comments. I would like to add that we do have Ms. Wilson and Ms. Wilson online. My suggestion that I'm hoping is I sat back, thought about this, prayed about this last night about what could we do to make this right to both the applicant and to the request. One is, my desire is to make sure that this goes down in the books, that one, we set a budget for next year and years to come that we're gonna spend for Juneteenth. Two, for this year specifically, you know, I was getting so frustrated, like, forget it, whatever. But I can't give up on it. And then to right a wrong for an applicant who sat with their application waiting. Here are my thoughts. And then I would like to hear from Clarissa Wilson is she still on with Forever? Okay. Yeah, I see her up top. And from Velma Wilson. My suggestion is I would like to look at us talking about a budget. I appreciate, Joe, you giving me suggestions, but there's more than music that is Juneteenth. There's spoken word, there's a history that beyond music. So music is a component of it, and I prefer to just keep everything on Juneteenth. If we are gonna have a concert in the park, it's an easy move to it's not in stone yet. So we can just move funds from that to this, which would meet us part of the way. But my request where I'm headed is to ask that we pay the Forever Me Foundation a smaller consulting fee to sit at the table and consult with us, and the city manpower put this event on with the consulting of the Forever Me Foundation. I'm also requesting this year that we come up with a budget for this year. And I know that this cannot be a big event. It probably would have to be something very similar to what happened here in 2022. But my goal is that it exceeds that event. And typically, Juneteenth is a huge thing in other states. If you go to Texas, Juneteenth is not it's not a Black day, it's everybody's day. It's an American History Day, right? So there are parades. There are very similar to what you see on the 4th of July, but in addition to music and speakers and spoken word and history, there's a culmination and food, because food is also, there's a historical root in food that comes into it. So that would be my suggestion. I do want to give them the opportunity to speak, and I don't just want them to hear us speak. So if it's okay with the council, I would love to give Clarissa Wilson the opportunity to speak and be heard.
Yes, Ms. Wilson, are you with us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Thank you, council, for even having this discussion. Thank you, Patanisha, for your words. I would just like to say that this event has been something that I've been very passionate about myself as a recent college grad with my BA in Africana Studies. This is something that I felt, you know, one, not only qualified to host, but then also just very passionate about as a young Black woman myself. We've already kind of discussed the importance of the event, so I won't go into that, but I would like to see this event be supported as much as possible by the city of Brentwood. As most of you all know, we had little setbacks in our previous host city, which was Antioch, which is what caused us to come to Brentwood in 2022. And I believe that the event was really good under the circumstances of planning that event also last minute. So it is unfortunate that, you know, we're coming into 2024 with not exactly the same issue, but a similar kind of time frame, I guess. But, you know, whatever you guys are willing to do in terms of support would be great. The event is in active planning stages. So this decision and what the board decides tonight is very, very important in terms of our next steps, especially in regarding to like headlining entertainment and just, you know, general planning stuff so to speak. But if you guys have any questions, I'm available to answer more in depth in regards to this event.
Does council have any questions right now for Ms. Wilson?
Velma, did you want to speak?
You know, I had, me and Clarissa were talking prior to me getting to here this evening. I had left from the city of Oakley accepting a resolution and proclamation for Black History Month. And I had to remind them that it was on the backs of slaves that White House that the President of the United States lives in. It was on the backs of slaves that gave us the wealth of America. Juneteenth is a celebration of freedom. Freedom. What does freedom really look like? What does it really mean to each and every one of you? Yeah, it is a very emotional time when we can think about, are we really free? I saw the mayor and Tim at a prayer breakfast, at an interfaith prayer breakfast where we prayed and we ushered in the spirit of the Holy Spirit. And I was asked then about Juneteenth, and I promised them that I would have that conversation with Clarissa about bringing Juneteenth. We had already made the decision, and thank you, Hobita and Patanisha, for being there and showing up. Yes, Juneteenth 2023 was definitely not our best, but it wasn't because we didn't put the effort in. It wasn't because money wasn't spent. It wasn't because we didn't go out and fundraise. It's because politics, that good old word that we all face, the politics. But here we are today. I will say to Tien, who we've had several Zoom meetings with in discussion, but I reached out July, August, September, asking what were we going to do? What's the follow-up? So we could adequately make sure that we didn't have the disappointments of 2023. And it was told that we would get right on it at the first of the year. Well, to me, that was a little too late. But what am I to do? What is Clarissa to do? Hosting meetings, trying to finish. And yes, this year, she was in her senior year getting prepared to graduate. And I am proud to say that my daughter graduated top of her class from San Diego State University, earning not only her bachelor's in art and Africana studies, but her minor degree in child and family development and social change. And what are we doing? We are still talking, and here we are, less than 6 months away from an event that she has actively been planning since last Juneteenth. We have several applications out for entertainment that would meet the needs of all of the community. Because what you don't know about Juneteenth, it's about celebrating community and unifying one message: freedom. I had the privilege of being in Texas. Some of you know I just lost my aunt. My aunt was 106 years old. She lived in Texas. I had the opportunity to go to Galveston. Talking about Black people, we talking about white people coming out in the streets with loud voices, making sure nothing is unturned. This is the city of Brentwood. This is Contra Costa County. And the time is now for us to stop being afraid, to diversify, to be intentional for a message of freedom and hope. The hope that got her elected. The hope that got her elected. The hope that you have some of your staff that don't look like you, most of you that are of Eurocentric background. Because it's that hope that we say that we're going to do this and we're not going to let nothing turn us around. I stand here as a disabled individual, not because I chose to, because I was doing my job that I loved so passionately. But I serve this community, even in that job, I still serve this community on one good leg that's half artificial, bad back, hip. I stood up because I can't sit there that long. Why? Because this is so important to me to make sure that we are unifying a message. We provided a budget of what we could do for Juneteenth and what we already have been planning, putting in contracts and applications to make sure that you all would be proud of us stating Juneteenth 2024, Let Freedom Ring, will be back here in City Park. And I am proud of that because you always welcomed us with open arms. But I stand here now feeling very disappointed, very broken and disappointed. You can't see my daughter right now because whatever the reason. But it's a lot of work to put on events. A lot of manpower. Trust me, and I'm in school too. A lot of work to put on these types of events. But the work has not stopped. We are still doing this because one, we walk by faith and not by sight. And one thing we do know is that God will have a ram in the bush. It's for you all to discover where that ram is. So, a top sponsor for Juneteenth is at $30,000. And that's because we wanted to make sure we targeted artists that were synonymous to bring on a celebration that was worthy of the city of Brentwood, worthy of East Contra Costa County. We're the only organization that will be celebrating Juneteenth on Juneteenth. Think about that. It's a day off because it's a federal holiday. Do we want to move it? No, because Juneteenth is Juneteenth. So I challenge you to figure it out. Clarissa is 23 years old and have served in this Contra Costa County area for the past 13 years faithfully. You can Google her. I stand here as a Congressional Woman of the Year, Humanitarian of the Year, but what does that mean? It means nothing for the work that we are still continually wanting to do. And I thank you all for continually wanting to see how we can do this. And we can, because together we stand, divided we fall. And in the words of Lift Every Voice and Sing, facing the rising sun of a new day begun, let us march on until victory is won.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. So as a council, we have an opportunity to make this exactly what we want it to be. So what do we want it to be?
I looked at all the options in the staff report and I don't like any of the options. Because Because option 3 says give alternative direction for staff to return with more information. That's more time. So I'd like to create an option. The option is, I really would like for us to continue to do, I would actually like us to do a Juneteenth event on Juneteenth. I would like to be appointed as the Juneteenth liaison for the council to work with Parks and Rec to make sure this is being done, to look at vendors, because to be honest, I think someone who understands it, but I would also like for us to provide funding. This year, I would ask that we move the concert in the park. It's too close. It's 2 days. It's a conflict to me. It's like, pick which day you want to come support. Get rid of that, and by getting rid of that day, move the funds, whatever is 12 to 15,000 to the Juneteenth event. I would also say, separate from that money, I would like for us to provide funding to hire the Forever Me Foundation as a consultant to Juneteenth, because they're familiar with the park. So it's not exactly what they want. And that amount, we can have a discussion about a consulting fee. And I would like for us to set a budget for years to come for Juneteenth, and for us to make this a day that we celebrate every year in the city of Brentwood. My concern is if there's not an applicant next year, we won't have a Juneteenth. My other concern is if I'm not on this dais, or one of us who believe in it so passionately is not here, it's not gonna happen. So, and you know, not the conversation, but you'll hear future ask of me. I know we want to limit what we do in city parks, but there's gonna be future ask of me when it comes to Latinx Heritage Month and other events. But right now, this is the one before us, and this is the one that I'm discussing.
So how much I'm trying to think about money now, right? So we're gonna have to find the money. So about 15K we can take from a Friday night concert, or was it 12? How much is it from a Friday night concert?
It depends on which concert you're talking about, Councilmember Mendoza.
So the one
but
on-
the 12 to 15,000, are you talking about
What's an average?
14th or 21st? Because you're talking about the one that's the week of.
Yeah, the one the week of.
So right now we're in talks with those bands. We haven't signed any agreements, but we have been scheduling those bands to hold those dates. So I'd have to look back exactly what the funds are for that month, or excuse me, for that concert. You're talking about moving some of the funds. So what we pay for the AV setup, for the porta potties, what those look like, shifting them to that 21st.
Yeah, we would cut that, so you wouldn't
Right,
have
so you're
those two
shifting that
bands.
to the 19th. That exact number I don't know, but again, that range is
Okay,
what
but we
we're
have an average,
estimating.
right? What's the average amount for a concert in the park?
Yeah, 12 to 15,000 just depends on
Okay,
the band and what that looks like.
Okay, so let's say 15,000. We move from that Friday to this, so then we got 15,000. So that would, we could say that covered entertainment, so this should cover entertainment, right? So then we've got that. Then what other kind of funds do you think we would need?
Well, they had a budget. I also received a budget from someone else, because I did my, sorry, thank you. They had a budget. I also received a budget myself from someone in my own exploration. Their budget was a lot larger for the Forever Me. The budget that I received back was that this would be approximately $23,000 to $27,000. And I'd like to keep it in that wheelhouse versus what was presented. Considering that we don't have a budget item for this year, I think it's a little aggressive to look at the budget they had was for $60,000, and I think that's a little out of our wheelhouse of what we can afford based on our recent reviews of our budgets, and that we just don't have the money. It's just not there. But I'm also looking at a consulting fee, and I don't even know if this is something that Forever Me Foundation would be interested in, but I would like to keep them here. I'd hate to lose the partnership. And I think that their expertise in that in 2022, they did do a good job. I'd like to bring them back. So, and that's not included in the 15,000. I'm saying outside of it to hire them to consult, because Clarissa is a college student again, and her time is valuable. She shouldn't volunteer it.
So, I deal with consultants. You do consulting. I would think for an event like 5,000 would be, I don't know if anyone else has any thoughts, but my first thought was about $5,000 for an event consulting fee.
So I have a question regarding that. What would that entail?
Well, she says she's done a lot of the work in trying to line up the acts. So to support the staff in lining up the acts, choice of acts, making sure that the day of the event, I don't know, whatever, if she can sit back and for creative to tell us a little bit more. I mean, she's kind of outlined that she's done a lot of work already, so I think that would be consulting with her. Also, on the details of Juneteenth, she has a degree in Africana Studies, right? To talk a little bit more about the historical narrative and the type of people that we should have there, so.
Well, I'm really super familiar with the work that they've been doing in our East County for many years, and they've always done it with great excellence. So I totally trust her abilities, but I think it really helps if you give someone a framework for them to, if we don't give someone a target, they will never be able to hit it. So if we can give some idea of what we would like as a council for them to do, that would be helpful.
I think one of the things that I really enjoyed about
Your mic's not on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait.
I was just going to say that the schools, if we could talk to the African-American clubs within the high schools, and maybe there's some performance options there. Looking at the budget that Forever Me Foundation had, they had allocated $35,000 to bands. I think there's some really good, appropriate local bands that would be less, but maybe Velma can clarify that, because it seemed like, I don't know if that was several bands over a period of time or.
No, actually, just to be really, I have to be careful because since we are talking about actual recording artists, Grammy recording artists, let me just say that to that extent, that's actually very cheap. And so the goal this year was to target a featured Grammy artist that would appeal to the younger crowd, the middle age, and like Clarissa says, I'm old, the older crowd. And I know my daughter says I'm old, but it's been a struggle because, as we do know, the Grammys have just happened, and the artists even we were targeting just won 3 Grammys. So, and I think that's the caliber. You know, we do tend to use a lot of the local artists in and around the Bay, throughout the Bay Area. I will mention one of them, but not local artists, but name notoriety because they're like family to me, the Escovedos. So even with them, they're not cheap. You know, when they're coming to do these types of events, when other organizations or cities that are reaching out for them. You know, I grew up in San Jose, and so Juneteenth was always a part of me from a child growing up. And we want to talk about, we ain't even talking about out of state. We're talking about what's happening here just in the local Bay Area. In San Jose, you know, they get budgets of $300,000 and $400,000 easily. So we do have sponsor letters already out, and so we're driving that and to help support, because we can't do this without, no one person could do this by themselves, no one entity without that support.
Velma, where does this event go if it's not here, the one that you're planning?
Well, this year, if it's not here, it's really be hard to find another location, because you're talking now all these other, you know, it's the semantics of finding and targeting location, because we originally, as Clarissa has relabeled it as East County Juneteenth to celebrate Far East County, she had considered actually taking it to Total Santos Park in Concord. And it was me that, you know, kind of put my foot down and said, you know, let's think about Brentwood before we even kind of surmised that we were going to do Brentwood. And after talking to Tim and Mayor, I was like, yeah, to me, it was kind of like that confirmation. And so she was like, yeah, we did a good job in Brentwood, but I want to bring some top artists.
And the idea of Grammy award-winning artists would be amazing. I was just, no offense, I was just trying to make it more budget-friendly.
Oh, yeah, and at this point, we have no
choice
choice. If the money is not there, let's keep it 100. If the money isn't there, the money isn't there. But now what we can't do is set ourselves up to say, okay, well, we're comfortable, and we did this amazing event for this, and then you keep targeting, because then you're losing an audience. And that's, everybody now is like, all of a sudden hyper-focused on Juneteenth, and we are the only organization that is actually doing a Juneteenth celebration on actual Juneteenth. So we are projecting that audience to grow because of the fact that we are, and we've done our research to see who's doing Juneteenth on Juneteenth.
What time do you see this starting and ending? Because I think that, I mean, you can only have so many performers within a certain window. So what time did you guys think?
12 o'clock to 7. And the reason why I'm saying 7 is because one of the artists had agreed and wanted to include a meet and greet for dignitaries and sponsors to have a kind of autograph signing, photo op, cocktail thing, but that was kind of in the works.
Sorry. I think that was me. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, Mom, can I cut you off really quick? Sorry. I love you so much. One, to clarify, this year it was a big goal of my board and I that we target a good celebrity for the headlining position. So obviously in times right now, people are charging way more than $10,000 for a 25-minute performance. So that budget for entertainment largely considers that. I've probably sent more emails in my life in the past like month, just trying to locate people and figure out rates for different types of artists that I feel like personally speak to one, the historical nature of the celebration, but also just will draw people out. Because another big factor of Juneteenth is, like my mom said, unifying and bringing out the community. And how can you do that if you have no one there? Which we ran into that problem, unfortunately, this past year, in addition to the politics of the situation. So that's one reason why the budget looks kind of more expensive in that area. And then in addition, as my mom was kind of starting to say, we have ran across a couple of potential headlining artists that are willing to also do things such as meet and greets, and that's not necessarily for dignitaries. It was more so for the community to have a chance to, meet people that, in a regular day would not have the opportunity to. And I really wanted to provide that experience actually more so to our youth and young adults, because that's something that Forever Me Foundation is very passionate about, which is encouraging youth involvement, which we all know is really, really important. So I hope that kind of brings some clarity to those two things.
Thanks on my part.
Tanisha, what are you thinking about when it comes to the budget? Like they're saying 15,000 isn't enough for entertainment, and that's just entertainment, right? We still got to do, staff time, overtime, all of that kind of stuff.
So I did my own little analysis. Velma's familiar with who I contacted. They used him last year to find some of their talent. And his estimate back was talent budget for local talents would be $15K estimate for one person, marketing $5K, sound and production $5K, unless the city is going to try to put something together. Vendors should be charged to be at the event, and performers, speakers, community acts, and dancers, just for the setup and transitions, $2,500. This was a modest budget for just this year only, but he suggested a much larger one for years to come. But that
And we
would
do
be
charge,
taking in the
there is a
effort.
vendor fee charged for vendors. If they're nonprofit or not-for-profit, then they don't pay. But there are vendor fees for food vendors and merchandise vendors, in addition to
Corporations.
corporation. I do a lot, the graphics I do that work in 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning. That's me doing all the flyers and things of that nature. The sound, I know you all have an MOU with Reno. He has done the sound for me for forever. And so I know Reno, and he tends to make sure that we have good, clear, professional sound. So that would be a big chunk of that if we didn't have to incur those extra costs by already using someone that you already have an MOU with for, I think you guys use them for the concert series.
So back to the question, I think 15K was my starting point. My suggestion tonight, because I know we've belabored this issue, is that we start off with a $5,000 consulting fee, and I would say between 22 and 25 to try to throw the event, with city staff being involved in the manpower. And I would love to see, Councilmember Orleman said, you know, it would be great to see if we can get the PAL out there and police out there to really have a presence. That would be great to be able to do that.
So you're looking at $30,000?
Mm-hmm, close to.
So we've got half of that potentially. Where, if I could ask staff, where another 15,000 for this, where other than the general fund, is there another flexible pot of money that would have $15,000 in it for this event for this year?
There's always the concert before. That would be another 15,000 if you eliminated the 10 in the series down to 8 or 9, I guess, by moving the 2 becoming 1. There's your 30,000 right there. There could be other pots of funds that we have where we could try to scrape it together and come up with that. We can also dip into the budget stabilization fund if you want to do that. So money's not the problem. It's getting direction about what you'd like us to do. So we're getting closer.
How much money do you have in city manager discretionary fund left over right now?
It's probably 30, 40,000.
Okay, so there's
Don't have
money
any
there too.
planned expenditures planned for that through the rest of the fiscal year.
I'm sorry?
And I don't have any other planned expenditures for that through the fiscal year.
Okay, so there's some money there too.
Right.
So I think we have the money. I don't want to go into stabilization. That's the last thing I would want to do. I think we have the grants coming back to LUD. And I don't know how legal this is. This is a Katie question about pre-pulling money out of that, knowing that we're doing that so that when we get the amount, we bring it down there or we find it somewhere else. But I think there's options, right? Like there's money here, there's money with Tim. So there's money, there's, you know, deciding to wait on the general plan update for next year or to Costco, which is what I would want to do. But there is money. It's just where it's going to come from.
I'm not comfortable with doing the application process, like to pull money from there, because it makes it unfair to other applicants if we did it. But I think what you're saying, I get the gist of what you're saying, is that we have options and we need to be creative about how we pull, because I think in all honesty, the reason why I said this shouldn't have been combined, because I feel like this applicant should have, and this is not what, I hate talking about people as applicant in front of me,
Girl, you know,
should have
I'll
gone
keep it
through the
100.
process.
Talk to me.
Well, I get it that you're uncomfortable with it, but we've done it before. We did it for Brentwood on Ice. We've done it for Brentwood Community Chest, where we've had the timing of grants was not perfect. So it's not abnormal that sometimes the timing of a grant doesn't work and we have to give them money off cycle. I know it's not the preferred thing to do, but.
I'm wondering, just looking at your agenda tonight, 2024 Juneteenth Event Discussion and Direction to Staff. So it does give a lot of room for providing direction. Doesn't exactly get into things like budget amendments. So I wonder if you would consider sort of sketching out, like you're doing, what sort of parameters you want and what sort of outside cost you're thinking of, and then send it back to staff to figure out some locations where that money could come from. Kerry, I'm kind of looking at you, and come back with potential budget amendments to approve at a following meeting while staff is working on, putting these other pieces together. Because tonight, we really don't have it agendized for budget amendments, but we do certainly have it agendized for you to give direction on what you would like this event to look like. And then we could come back with real numbers from real accounts.
And just as a further point of clarification, that would be also given direction to begin to prepare for it, because if we come back, we're pushing the ball further closer to the.
Yeah, I would say that the budget amendment would be the technicality of things to make sure it's all copacetic, but if we have good council direction and a parameter that you're thinking of, we can start doing work immediately.
I have another question. So since it's the city that's going to run it and you're consulting, how do we deal with vendors? Does the city charge, like how much do you charge a vendor? Like how does, because some of this 30 grand we might as a city be able to recoup. Because we're not, it's not the same way that they were planning it, right? It's not the whole sponsorship thing. It's more of a city thing, like the city's the sponsor now.
Yes, that's correct. So we would look for vendors, appropriate vendors for the event. And depending on what that looks like, some come without a fee because they want to come and they make money off the vending. So we have a vendor permit process that we would go through. We've done like RFP processes for vendors before, so we'd have to look at what that looks like as far as specifically identifying certain vendors versus putting it out there to see who comes. So, Tia, do you have any additional information on that?
Yeah, I think what I want to clarify is if you're asking Council Member Mendoza about like food vendors, or are you talking more
Well,
about
even like I bought
craft
T-shirts
vendors?
last time. There was T-shirt vendors. There was craft vendors, purses. Like there was different vendors, African-American vendors that we bought stuff from. So those kind of, and food. I mean, I don't know how the food works with the restaurants downtown. I don't know the rules around that.
Sure, and I don't mean to complicate this, but it just kind of depends. What I mean by that is kind of what Director Mulder was mentioning is when the city goes out and seeks vendors, we do kind of an RFP, but that's open to all applicants. We don't have the ability to say, hey, we don't necessarily want these tacos, we don't necessarily want these hot dogs. We have to look at holistically what we're looking for that request for proposals. When a nonprofit or private entity goes out for their vendors, they have a little bit more discretion to say, hey, I want you, versus the city have to cast a wider net. I think the original part of the question, Councilmember Mendoza, I think you were getting at is kind of those fees. Again, it depends. There's times where we have different RFPs that go out and say you have to pay these amount of fees as well as provide these type of permits for us to allow you as a vendor, versus others where, hey, we're going to take on these fees for you, but we just want you to come and vend for this event. So again, I don't mean to dodge your question, but again, it depends. And I do think it does get a little bit complicated with how the city has to do it versus a nonprofit or private entity.
Okay, and I think if Clarissa and Velma are consulting, they're going to have a list of like, hey, these are some vendors we've used, so we could specifically put an RFP out, but.
We already have actually applications for vendors.
Okay.
Correct, and I think if I can clarify that a step further, I think if what we're talking about is utilizing a consultant or working with another organization and they're responsible for those pieces, as far as, finding vendors or kind of creating that part of the activity, then the city takes a step back from that. So again, it depends on what that consultant fee and what that agreement consists of.
Okay, thank you.
I think we need to be sure that we're being fair to Clarissa and Velma. I'm a little concerned about the appearance of adding things to the list for that same $5,000, to be completely honest. But I want to say, like, if we were talking about pulling money from LUD, the consultant fee would be what we pull from LUD, right? Because anything else is city related.
Are you referring to the economic development grants?
Mm-hmm.
I would, currently you've allocated all funds as it relates to your economic development grants for this fiscal year. So as it relates to the future discussion, as the council has discussed tonight, the grant application and even the priority grant process could be used to fund future. However, since Juneteenth is prior to the end of our fiscal year, I would say there's not available funds for that. However, it can be discussed for the future.
Okay,
and
so
we can look to see if events aren't occurring, but again, I don't believe that there's any funds for this current fiscal year.
Okay, so looking at future, of course, that would be a consideration. But I think the idea of asking Clarissa and Velma to, for example, share the vendors so that they can, if they're the ones that are the nonprofit, asking the vendors, they can be more selective about what's appropriate for this event, that kind of thing. If they're helping us with our event, then they're less likely to have their own event somewhere else. And I'm concerned about, like, us taking away the opportunity of them to do that if we're taking their vendors and their food truck recommendations, you know what I mean? So is there a way of doing like a co-hosting this year so that there is at least some recognition that would come?
And I will just say that is something that, because Clarissa's blowing my phone up, but she actually is stating that she would be in support of that talking for this year because we're so far already into this. Like I said, we already have applications out for vendors. We already have people calling to be a vendor. And then of course we have to submit the health permits for food vendors, and even if they're with the food trucks, that's a little easier. But those that are not, and then in addition to some of the local entertainment that we've already kind of got commitments from that they would make themselves available. We just don't have a headliner position that we're still working on. So I think in this juncture, I think for all intents and purposes, for fairness and totally transparent, it would be great to have the city, pull in their city resources and make this a full, make it a city-sponsored event with the as a collaboration. So equal partnership, I guess, if that would be the wording, because we do need people. And Pat Tanisha, you're right. We didn't have city staff out there helping, and when we needed dressing rooms and things of that nature, we didn't even have access to use the bathroom for artists that needed to change clothes inside the community center, which was empty. So it's things like that we do want to consider, because some of the artists do require that. And setting up, I put a canopy up with walls with a zipper, that doesn't really consider safe in their materials and things of that nature. So, but we made it work. So I think it's important for us to think about how does that all really look for all of us. And we're in it. We've already committed. We have a save the date that's been advertised. City Park, Brentwood. I'm all in. Now what we gonna do?
I guess I'm trying to figure out, how does a partnership, what does it look like? What does that sound like? And I also didn't want to take away from the moment to ask Clarissa if she would be willing to consult and what her consulting fee would be, not to just throw a number out and assume her amount. But yeah, I don't know what the co-host look like. That just confuses. I mean, has the city co-hosted something? I'd like to hear from Parks and Rec about what that looked like. How does money look? How does staff time look? Like, I guess this is the things, I know we're taking a long time, but I'd like to get it done by tomorrow.
Sure. Yes, we have done things like co-hosting events. So we've worked with Harvest Time in the past to put together an event, and we define what Harvest Time's responsibilities are versus what Parks and Recreation's responsibilities are. The gala that we just did was an agreement with the Historical Society. So we've just, we can be creative and come up with and define the scope of working with Forever Me versus what the city does. So I think we can put that together and hopefully in a synergistic way come together and still have the opportunity for Forever Me to be involved, and the city as well. So I think we can do that.
What does money look like? Who pays for it?
Well, we would take the direction from the council tonight on that budget part of it. And then we would define, so let's say that's $20,000, the $15,000 from the concert. Let's just say it's 20, not to exceed 20,000. So that would be the city's portion. And then we would define what it is that Forever Me is bringing to the table as part of the consulting or, vendors, entertainment, the parts that they would be involved in versus what the city is doing. And the city, like you mentioned, like the logistics and facilities being available and things like that. There's other staffing, other things that the city can help enhance and come up with as well. So.
And you guys put your full time and effort, because here's my concern. I'm Miss Keep It Real. I don't want it to be co-host, meaning you give money and pass it to them to just do by themselves. I don't feel like they will be ready for it in 4 months, being honest with you. So I'm concerned about would the city still be involved with helping them set up and put things together?
From everything that I'm hearing tonight is the city's taking the lead, and it is a co-partnership, or we're working with Forever Me as well. So absolutely, the city would be 100% behind the event.
Okay. If we can provide staff, the city's gonna be part of the event, it's a collaboration. I'm okay with co-partnership, this year, yes. Mhm. I don't know how Clarissa feels about co-partnership for this year. Instead of getting a consulting fee and then being responsible for making up the remainder. But it just seems like it's working down with less money, but than what I was proposing earlier. But
She'll be here permanently back in the area. Yes, thank God, in May. So
I'll be there next week.
oh, Lord. She will be here next week, but and we already been talking about those strategies. So to your point, Patanisha, yeah, you might want to have that conversation because you're talking Clarissa's coins and you know how she is. So, but I will say in all truth and fairness and honesty that there are sponsors that we've already reached out to and grants that we have actually submitted for Juneteenth. So full disclosure, and that is actually, if you look at the budget, it's kind of reflected on what we're targeting. So it would not be, there is no expectation for it to be 100% on the city. And at this juncture, unless, it does come with a lot of money, and we're not asking nobody to, and we ain't, I do this work for free. I'm the only crazy one around here doing work for free. And I'm not expecting, my daughter sure ain't gonna do work for free, but she has.
mhm.
So
what steps do we need to take tonight to get this moving forward? Think we've got some real clear.
Yeah, I had an idea, but the partnership thing kind of threw that out, so. I don't know.
Bruce, what is the traditional way that the city partners with a group? I know you've mentioned some examples. Is there a way that we could frame this in order to get what we need done tonight so that Councilmember Pearson can work as the liaison to get this moving forward as soon as possible?
And before you answer that, the suggestion of the partnership thing was not to nullify anything that you're bringing up, because I think your ideas are all great. I just didn't want Clarissa and Velma to be, I don't want to say taken advantage of, but it appeared that there was going to be more and more things that were part of this consulting that would prevent them from taking this event elsewhere if they wanted to do that. So I was trying to give them some value to actually taking part in the planning and providing those, the vendors, et cetera. So I think there's a way to combine it, and I'm hoping you can do that.
If I can offer, sorry, Director Mulder, if I can offer, I think from my perspective, what might help is if council provides us, for lack of better terms, a budget that they want us to kind of dedicate to this event. What that allows us to do is reach back out to the Forever Me Foundation, identify, where they're at, where we're at, not to put them on the spot, but kind of see what their appetite is. That gives staff parameters so that we can take on and say, okay, so let's see what you have, what we have. Maybe we can provide some of the AV support. What are you looking at for your funds? Are you looking at an artist? Having those type of conversations, we'll still have to work out what an agreement looks like so we can kind of identify who's responsible for what. But I think what we really hope tonight is what's that budget that council's looking for to dedicate to this year's event. And then the other directions as far as working with local groups or nonprofits, Forever Me Foundation, whatever they may be, to provide an event for this year. And then the second part of that, again, it's dependent on city council's appetite of, how much do you want to invest in the future for these events? That's, I think, the part that would really help staff understand kind of what our roles are by knowing what our budgets are, because that kind of gives us parameters of what we can work with, and that allows us to be transparent with everyone we work with and say, hey, that's outside our budget, or hey, this is what we have. How can we partner with the group?
I appreciate that, but what you said kind of throws me off. You said, well, you need a budget, and then you can go back to them and say, oh, we provide AV. I'm talking about provide everything. So I'm not just talking about we toss around, we provide, well, I'm talking about something totally different. Because to me, the partnership is what they've asked for. It is, give me some money. That's what they've asked for. I'm asking for something bigger and different. So I'm suggesting that we do $30,000 is our budget. This is my suggestion. You guys don't have to agree. I can make it a motion, but I don't know that we've closed discussion. So I don't want to make a motion without it. But my suggestion tonight would be $30,000 is the budget for Juneteenth this year. I would also propose that we have Juneteenth every year, and we have a conversation again, looking at money for next fiscal year on what we can afford to spend above the $30,000 amount, so that we can have a difference. That this is 100% manpower of city, that the city can consult with Forever Me to see if they either want to consult within the $30,000 budget, or if they want to partner, but it is not to just completely turn it over to just Forever Me Foundation and leave it with them to have to do by themselves. Yes. I would also like to stay on as the liaison to continue the conversation. Yes. I'm sorry.
I think that that's a good motion, but I think we need to schedule a meeting with you and them like as soon as possible. So you can start hashing out the details, right? Like entertainment, like like sound, stage, vendors, food, like just, because it sounds like her, from a consulting point of view, it sounds like she already has a lot to offer. So I think the sooner we do it, the better.
Councilmember Mendoza, are you suggesting that we tick and tie something?
Yeah, we got a ticket, tick, 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 everything she's got going on with the 30,000. Yes. So, I mean, I think that's a good motion, and I think that when you all sit together, you have the money, we know it's, we're taking the lead and they're consulting and helping us, right? And then you just hash out the details. Because I think there's gonna be a lot to hash out. Like, I know the city's closed that day, I believe, right? So we're gonna have to figure out, how do we man it? Like, what does that look like financially? Also, like, how do we get headcount in here if they're all off? So just, I think those are things we're gonna have to hash out behind the scenes somehow. I think what you said was a good motion, if I don't remember exactly. But I think that, I mean, yeah.
Council, would you?
Sorry, I know I'm waving fingers at you. I was just saying that I've been jotting down what I think the motion is. So if you want it up on the screen, we can put it up there, because we want to make sure we understand. So unless, Tian,
Yes,
you've been
please.
doing the same thing. So you let me know.
No, please, Katie, if you can.
We have a little delay in the system, so we're trying to pull it up.
Councilmember Pearson, I don't know if this is catching everything you had in mind.
So I have a question for staff regarding this. The Concert in the Park series for the full community is something that is one of the greatest successes and greatly anticipated for our full community. Replacing, this is just a question, what does the logistics look like in continuing to have that event on that weekend as far as the community scheduling? We've never had an empty weekend once we've started the concerts in the park. So I really want feedback. I'm not suggesting we do or don't. I'm asking, what does it look like as far as the community is concerned? The difficulty, is this going to be a burden that, is it easier to just continue to have that weekend or not? Clarification would be helpful.
I don't know if I'll answer this question the way you're looking for, Mayor, but maybe let me start and please clarify if I'm missing the mark. So we have 10 concerts in our series for our summer or concerts in the park summer series. If I'm not mistaken, I believe for this year we should be starting off with our first concert June 14th, and then sequential, not 10 total concerts starting after June 14th. The question about the impact, I'm not quite sure about that, about kind of what that impact is going to look like. But I do know that we've been working with, we did our call for artists last year. We did work out and reach out to a number of bands who've been trying to hold dates for these 10 dates and trying to work that through. As far as scheduling, this would be on, if I'm not mistaken, a Wednesday. And we've been in conversations with the Fermi Foundation, so we've checked and made sure there weren't conflicts there. That's why we're able to kind of move forward with their application for City Park as well as for the community center. There would be a need for marketing. There'd be a need to reach out to bands that we reached out to already about their June 14th and June 21st dates. As far as impact, Mayor, I don't know if I can answer that question as far as what that means. Are you asking about the community component, the scheduling component, or?
Well, staffing component specifically, the staffing, it's going to be two major events on the same week in the same park. But just in general, wanting the whole process to be as convenient for our community as possible, and as little confusion as possible. I'm just trying to make it as smooth as possible, and which way would be the smoothest?
Can I chime in? I'm sorry. Before the answer, convenience goes out the window when we're trying to do something so impactful as Juneteenth. I'm sorry. I think that we would have an outstanding number of citizens who would be so happy to forego one concert in the park. And I'm going to tell you, I think June 21st was going to be your Black music one, because we all know you have your Latin Day, you have your R&B and soul. We can call it what we want to. It's the Black Music Day. So we can forego the Black Music Day on June 21st to have a 2 days before event where people are off work, kids are out of school to celebrate. And I'm not.
Can I just?
I just want to finish, because you finished your question, and I just want to finish my comment about it. That I understand, but we have never taken a measurement of what significance the concerts have had on the residents. There's no way for any staff to say this is going to be the impact, because we haven't measured that. But we haven't even measured the impact of what Juneteenth is going to do. It is 1 day. We're asking to forego 1 day. That's it.
And I was not asking to do anything other than if it is. Juneteenth is the priority. And I don't want you to misunderstand what my question was regarding. Clearly, Juneteenth is the priority. I was asking if it would be a smoother transition to incorporate an additional for the weekend, just to keep that concert there, in addition to having the Juneteenth. So, and I got my answer, I think.
And the other thing is, it would be another 15,000, right?
Correct.
So it's like.
But as far, I'm just trying to, a lot of our families spend energy and effort to schedule to be down here. There's.
Yeah, but they don't have the schedules yet. Yeah.
Understand.
And I kind of want to push them, like, because Juneteenth is going to be uncomfortable for some people. So let's make them uncomfortable and not give them an out. And I mean, that might be rude to some, but you want to do something that week, it's Juneteenth.
Okay, that's fine. I just was asking for some clarification. So thank you. So with that information, do we have a motion regarding this?
What was projected on the screen would be my motion. So I'll say it. My motion is to hold Juneteenth in Brentwood on 6/19, appoint myself as the liaison to work with Parks and Rec staff on the event, cancel the 6/21 concert in the park, repurpose the 6/21 concert in the park event funds for Juneteenth event, for the city to contribute $30,000 to the event, for the city to see if the Forever Me Foundation wants to either partner with the city or accept consulting fees, and to have a conversation regarding maximizing city budget next year. And I would add one more to that we have Juneteenth is a holiday that we celebrate each year in the city of Brentwood, that we have a further conversation on what that will look like budget-wise and for dates.
And I will second that.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Before I call for the vote is, yes.
Mayor, thank you. On the appointment as a liaison, are you delegating full authority to give staff direction, or do you want her to provide us feedback and we come back to the full council for direction? So consider that.
Yeah, I think it's full authority.
I think full authority.
The budget, we already have the budget, so yeah.
Okay, that's helpful.
Councilman.
And I will request that it's just for a temporary purpose to get this started, so that we don't need a liaison for every event. It's just to start this off. I don't need to stay on forever. We don't need to always have a delegate that sits in a seat.
Okay. With the $30,000 contribution, do we know what the applicant is also contributing financially to see what this total event is going to then cost? Do we have that information?
I think
heard
it
that.
depends on the conversation as to whether they're going to just be a consultant or if they're going to be a co-partner. So I think that has to go further.
Okay.
I don't want to put those heavy weight on them. They're waiting on their grants to come back. They're waiting on their sponsorship. So I prefer to leave it open-ended right now if we can.
On the conversation about next year's budget, we are working on the budget currently. Do you want to give us a round number so we can work it into the budget that'll come to you in the workshop in May? Or do you want us to
Is
just
it
plan
possible
for a
for
number?
staff to provide direction for staff to return prior to the May meeting to give us an idea of where the money would come from? We have a budget committee member here with her hands up. I would like to defer.
I want it, so we're not going to put this year's Juneteenth in the economic grant, but I think this is an economic grant, right? We want people to come out to Brentwood. We want them to shop. So I say that is not anyone else applying for the economic grant. That's us as a city saying we want to use that to drive economics in Brentwood. I think we talk about it when the LUD meeting comes, I think would be the best way to go about it.
So that may or may not coincide with the annual budget, 2-year budget cycle then. We just want to make sure that we didn't miss it by saying, well, why isn't it in the budget if we were waiting on the economic development grant process, which may follow after that time frame.
When's the grant process coming in? It's supposed to be April? It's supposed to be April.
April LUD or counciled April? Go ahead.
So excuse me, the LUD meeting is scheduled for the last Monday of this month. And at that meeting, we'll have a discussion related to the 2-year priority projects and then setting up the guidelines for the following year's grant program. So,
but we're going to go through each line item and figure out grant allocations, right?
So this process would be every 2 years, you identify what's called the priority projects. And so you fund projects for 2 years. That comes to the city council and is approved by resolution. The second part is you, once a year, or this year, we're asking for some amendments to the application based upon this past year. That will then come to the city council for approval. We'll go out and ask for a request for proposals. That'll be brought back to LUD later in the year after the budget discussion. And then during that process, LUD would make a recommendation to the city council for economic development grants on an annual basis.
Okay, so now I'm really confused because when I asked about the MOU for DBC, I was told April is when we would figure that out.
Correct. because there's two different types of grants. The first one is a 2-year priority projects that the city council approves by resolution.
And does it all come from the same bucket?
It does come from the same budget, same bucket, correct. So there's
Yeah,
two different
budget line.
types. One's a 2-year program, which what's currently on that list are the concerts in the park, a couple events that are put on by the chamber, and I believe one that's done by Harvest Time. And so that is what that's part of some of the funding that we plan on proposing for LUD and the city council to consider for the MOU with the Downtown Business Coalition. So the city manager is correct as relates to the budget process, that there's two different types, and depending on how the council decides, using the grants or using just the general fund, part of that could occur after the discussion of your budget process. I know that's very confusing. There's just a lot of different things as we go through each one of these. So I think, the suggestion is make it as a recommendation. Then if you want, if we're able to take it out of the economic development grants, great, but at least through the budgeting process, you've included it.
So let's include it in the budget, and then if we just need to move where we're pulling it from, then we'll move where we're pulling it from.
Yeah, I think that's what I'd recommend. That way we don't miss it between these two different buckets. Any other questions from staff before they vote on this motion, just to make sure we've got enough clarity here?
And Councilmember Pearson, I did some just light editing to make it more legible, so
I've been
please have a
following
look.
along. Yes, absolutely. It looks spot on. I've been watching you.
The only, I guess, reluctance would say on the consultant fee, if we have to put together a consultant agreement that requires insurance and it's a laborious process, if that's really what you want to do to get to that end, or if there's another way to get the same funds to compensate them for their efforts, if you give us some flexibility to come up with an easier format.
I'm happy with that
Okay.
flexibility, yes.
And I had one more, what was it?
Or C would be the provide, or C.
Yeah, so we would have, then the $12,000 to $15,000 estimate for the concerts, does that include staff overtime? Does not. So that's an additional cost impact that if we cancel the Friday one, which is part of the motion, move it to the Wednesday, it should be equivalent or close to it. I guess it would be longer because if it's more in the day, right? So there might be some additional costs that we just have to reflect as well. So just wanted to point that out.
Thank you. And just for the record, we do the, oh my, just for the record, just so everyone knows, on the 4th of July, staff's off. So we figure it out for the 4th of July too, when overtime and everything. So I appreciate you bringing that up. So that's my motion.
And I still second.
Okay, Vice Mayor, did you have some input before? Just ready to vote? Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Okay, it is unanimous. I do want to thank Velma and Clarissa. Again, if you have had the pleasure of seeing them over the years, participating with some of the things that they've done, everything they have done is 100% heart, love, and excellence. And so I'm looking very much forward to having this event permanently in the city of Brentwood. And so thank you so much. Yes, I've been asked for a break, a 5-minute recess at this time. Okay, at this time, we are going to reconvene. And the next item is item G2. It is related to scheduling of regular and special city council meetings. And our city manager, Tim Ogden, will present. Tim?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So this item was a follow-up to the council's request to come back to relook at the scheduling of special meetings and also potentially look at the scheduling of regular meetings. By way of reminder, as noted in the staff report, special meetings are any meeting where the council's gathering for business that is outside of the regular meetings. So this could be what we typically call workshops or closed sessions or urgency matters, joint sessions with commissions, et cetera. So we'll just use special meetings generally, but it could include all those kinds of other kind of specialties. Over the last few years, special meetings have started at various times, including during the day when council member schedules allowed for it. Most recently in 2023, most special meetings started about 5:30. We note in the staff report that trying to accommodate all of the residents is challenging. If we start at 5:30, we're going to miss some of those residents who are commuting. But if we go too late, then we're also missing those same commuters who need to go to bed early, or seniors or parents with kids, et cetera. So trying to find the sweet spot has been challenging. We have increasingly more complex items coming, which result in longer presentations and more discussions. And we've got a list of topics that we forecast coming in the next 6 months that we really need some good, firm direction on, and wanted to give you the space so you've got enough time to digest all the different variables and feel comfortable making recommendations to us. So I'll just quickly name some of those topics that we forecast coming to you before August 2024. So strategic initiatives plan. Your current strategic plan expires June 30th. It doesn't mean we're not going to continue to work on the projects that have been budgeted and authorized. That'll all continue. Water supply assessment study, again, looking at how do we have future water supply and sourcing to guarantee as we go to build out sufficient water sourcing. Our CIP workshop scheduled in April already, and the operating budget workshop will be scheduled in May. This is to, again, give you that space for a good hour and a half, 2 hours to feel comfortable giving direction. The classification and compensation study that will eventually be presented to you. The diversity and equity inclusion study that we've been working on presented to you. Zoning ordinance project, the objective design standards, and most recently awarded a contract for the Senior Center and Parks and Rec operational assessment. We also have the Youth and Government Days, and that's tentatively scheduled in April, and that's going to require an extra night of your time and attention. And then occasionally we'll have topics that will require maybe a 3 or 4 hour topical meeting where we've got lots of resident interest and it wouldn't fit in a regular meeting. And so we want to reserve some space for those kind of situations that come up as well. We have a forecast of approximately 10 to 12 closed session matters that we need to discuss with you over the next 6 months, namely city council employee evaluations and recruitment. We are working through the labor negotiations now with those 5 or 6 agreements expiring June 30th. And we'll be coming back to you regularly with updates and getting direction from you on those. Property negotiations, those 12 to 13 properties that we're supposed to be disposing of, and have now cleared some hurdles where we're going to come back to you with lots of properties for sale that we need direction on, and regular updates on litigation matters. We've noted again how challenging this is to try to schedule enough time with you based on your busy schedules. I've attached a calendar, a sample calendar showing in a month, and I'll pull it up as soon as it comes up here. You'll see just a sample month of your regularly scheduled meetings that you are already committed to and aren't available for other meetings on. You'll notice here in the green, these are your commissions that have regular scheduled meetings. I don't know what color that is, pink for city council. Your yellow are your committee meetings. They're not all necessarily in the evening, but they are tying up some of your time. And then the purple are your external regional boards that you sit on that wouldn't be able to have you attend for a special meeting, for example. And if you look at the calendar, either having a long meeting before a council meeting or after a council meeting, I know 2 of you had a long meeting last night, and the back-to-backs are challenging. So there aren't a whole lot of other just regular dates on the calendar that don't conflict with the regular meeting that you already have, or assuming you want to continue streaming and have Zoom participation, having those meetings here in the chamber where that's not in a conflict with some other meeting. Also noted here, just for your information, the length of some of the meetings. And that's fine if you need that time to discuss those things. But if we try to squeeze a 1.5 hour workshop that we've typically been having during the last year into one of these regular meetings, and if they stay on average with this, then you're regularly going to go into the next day. And I think I've heard from at least 4 or 5 of you that you don't want to have longer meetings per se. Again, it's just trying to fit all these urgent matters before you in a timely manner. Okay, no more sharing my screen. Let me go back to the staff report here. See if there's anything else. Okay, so in the staff report, highlight just a couple of non-exhaustive list of options for you to consider. So if we're talking about the regular start time, it was mentioned at the last meeting, starting at 6:30 or starting at 6. I would say if you're starting at 6:30, that probably doesn't help tremendously. 6 would be more helpful, but at the same time, that probably eliminates a workshop starting at 5:30. Any special meetings, if you're available earlier than 5:30, that certainly gives us more flexibility on scheduling some of these special meetings. We put an option here to hold it after the council meeting, but if you're ending at midnight, that probably isn't feasible. On the special dates, we put some recommendations. You could move some of your commission meetings around. You could move the LUD committee meeting around to different dates, and that could free up an additional date once a month. We also have, I think, 4 times a year, a 5th Tuesday, if you will. That could also be dedicated, if you so chose, to have these special meetings reserved. And if you don't want to make any changes, then we'll continue to try to poll you to see when you're best available. And if we can't get a full quorum, we have to have a quorum, but if we can't get all 5 there, if you're amenable to still getting business taken care of, or willing to be patient as we say, well, then we can't get some of this business in front of you until we have more time later in the calendar year. So I know it's a lot of information, a lot of variables, but we really want to help you accomplish your goals of having the residents be able to participate within the reasonable timeframes, somewhere between 5:30 and 10 o'clock, but also squeeze in several more closed sessions and workshops that we think are needed to really get your time and attention. So with that, I'll put the calendar back up if you'd like, or we can go through these options and see where you feel comfortable giving some direction.
Okay, are there any clarifying questions of staff right now? Okay, seeing none, we'll open public comments.
At this time, the public present in the chambers and on Zoom are permitted to address the city council. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, file a speaker card. We'll take public comments from the chambers first, then Zoom. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer is expired, and we received no written comments on this item. And I have no speaker cards and there's no hands raised.
Okay, at this time, we'll close public comments, move into council discussion. Who would like to begin?
I'll start. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Vice Mayor?
I brought this up initially because we were having a lot of special meetings, like one after the other, after the other, after the other. I think there was very few meetings in that period of time that we didn't have a special meeting. One of the things I do think is important is, and we talked about this last time, is that if we have a special meeting and a closed session meeting, that the closed sessions should come first so that people have the time to get here. But I don't have any interest in starting our regular council meetings earlier. I feel like those are at the right time for people that want to come after work. This is a tough one. When you spell it out like this, it very definitely becomes more challenging. I think I wanted to take a look at some of these things to see if they could be council agenda items, for example, or special town halls or something like that, depending on what they were. So this may end up going nowhere, but definitely open for conversation.
I didn't think about that. I like the idea of the town halls because there's some presentations that were done, workshops that I think could have just been a town hall. I don't think that's a bad idea. Like when we had the elections event, it could have been, so you want to run for office. And it could have been a town hall and it didn't have to be like a special presentation that was involved. So I think that's a great idea. I know that's hard to quantify because it's like, well, who decides what should be a town hall or not, right? But I don't dislike that idea. I do think we did discuss this before, and I wholeheartedly think we should have the closed session first and then so I think that would be good if we can provide direction for that, is that we do the closed session. But one of the things that's hard for me is when we start talking about adding another night. I'm a parent to 4 kids and 2 fur babies, who actually require more of my time than my human babies, and more of my attention. And so when we talk about taking another day, we eliminate time that I have access. In addition to, I want to acknowledge the fact that there are several times, even tonight, that we have staff members. And I wholeheartedly want to acknowledge that. It breaks my heart sometimes to see we have staff members that I know get here before the break of dawn, and they're here late at night. They don't see their families. They don't get to have dinner. I know it's part of their job, but it is exhaustive to think about adding another night for staff members to be away from their families is, to me, a big ask, and I'm not okay with it. So, it'd be okay. I don't mind also the 5th Tuesday as one additional. If the month has a 5th Tuesday, if we can jam some stuff in to add another one, that's not a bad suggestion either, Tim, that you presented tonight. But adding an additional night is just too much, I think. And I mean, moving it forward, I mean, if we can't get council here, we can't get them here. So my suggestion for moving it earlier would be like 30 minutes, because we can get through a lot of the free. But if 6:30 is too complicated, which I think there's been an expression that it is, then I don't think we have a conversation about that either.
I like 7, because then we can have the 5:30 to 7 closed session, which, it gives us enough time. And 7 it's just really not, even like tonight, like getting to see my family and have dinner and all that before I come here was nice. Or sometimes I'm in Napa and like I can't get here early enough. So that's a concern too. But I think I have a couple of suggestions on what could make things go a little bit faster. We present a lot of presentations in city council meetings. And one thing that I do for my customers is I send them the deck before I present in front of them. And it makes things go real fast because they've already seen it. The questions come quick. Like sometimes I'm looking at your presentations trying to figure out what's going on in them. Like, wait, where does that tie out to the agenda and all of that? I think if you send us the presentations the day before, it'll help it go quicker. I think that we need a rolling 3 months, like just a simple Excel calendar, like a month. Give us a rolling 3 months, and then we can say like, that feels like a town hall. Because the difference between a town hall and a city council meeting is if we don't attend city council meetings, we can be removed. If we don't attend town halls, that doesn't apply. So if I'm not mistaken. So I think that we should have a bigger say on, we should decide if it's a city council meeting or a town hall. I don't think they should, and I think that would help too. And as long as we have a couple for town halls, a few of us here, and the rest of us can watch on Zoom, I think that's fine. Like, you have your kids, my kid might be home, whatever is going on, I think that would be helpful. But I'd like to see a rolling 3 months, and not in Outlook, because I'm gonna tell you, my Outlook does not sync up. It just doesn't. So, and I mean, I've been having this issue for 3 years now. It just doesn't sync up on my phone, on my computer. Like tonight I had a meeting like at 5:30. It's still sitting there that I had a meeting tonight. And then I have to check this against the other calendar. So if we get a rolling 3 months, just in Excel, like this is what we have, this meeting, these are the big topics, I think that would be helpful. Because I do agree that some things could be town halls and not necessarily be meetings. Like what's the Youth and Government Day?
So the Youth and Government Day is working with the school district, and they bring 10 or 12 youth who model you during a council meeting. And then the following week, they meet with directors during the day. And then that night they hold a mock city council meeting. And that's scheduled with the school district, I think April 15th and 19th or something like that, mid-April.
So we're not all here for that, right? Like for the mock? I wasn't here for the mock last year.
Historically it has been, but it's not a council meeting that you have to take action on, which is what would differentiate a town hall, as you described it, with what these 8 or 9 categories of things where we need council direction on.
But even understanding that now for then, that would be fantastic, because I could say like, hey, I can't come on this day. Are a couple of you going to be here or whatever? Like, we could have that discussion. There could be just a standing item like calendar review. And if there's nothing to review, we don't review it, right? But So that would be my ask, is if we could get the presentations beforehand, they don't necessarily have to be in the agenda packet unless legally they have to be, Katie. And then if we could get a rolling 3 months of meetings that are coming up, any kind of meeting with like the big subjects.
On the slide decks, just a quick insight. Most of the staff reports are still being kind of written the last day, even before we publish, even the last hour sometimes before we publish, as we're reviewing last few things that come up. So incorporating the same factual information in the slide decks sometimes is challenging. The other benefit we have is over the weekend, as we sense things through questions from council, we sense things through what's on social media, we sense some of the things, we sort of tailor the presentation so it's more relevant by the time you see it Tuesday night. We could send you a draft one in advance and then say that's not going to be the final one you see Tuesday night because it's going to adapt as we learn more getting ready for the item Tuesday night. So that's one thought. Town halls, the 8 items I have here wouldn't be appropriate town halls because we need council direction on. Now, if there's town halls on other agenda items that aren't here in the staff report that we could say we don't need council direction on, I don't think there's too many of those actually, but there might be some, like the presentations for sure could be. And we'd really, I don't know if we have a policy on presentations or if we need one, but when we get requested by outside parties, if it seems relevant, that's where I've used some discretion to say, well, okay, that's relevant enough to this community, go ahead and come present. But if you'd rather not have those, then we could certainly say no thanks and push them out for another avenue to get their information out.
You know, to that point, I think, I love it when people come and present, but some of them go on like
Yes.
really long. And I mean, I'm sorry to say that, but you know, people say I make meetings go long, but it's just maybe having a time limit for presentations.
And I would give them time limits and they blow past it.
Well, then put the time on the clock, like put it
We
up on
could.
the screen so that they're aware of it. Like that might be helpful. I don't know how you all feel about that. I like it. Yeah, put it on the screen, the time.
Could we also, when the invitations come to us for a special meeting or a closed session or whatever, could it actually give a subject line so we know what the meeting is that's coming up? Because sometimes we don't know until we get there, like especially for a closed session.
Closed
And I'm not
session
saying
ones
get
are-
into a huge amount of,
Yeah, the workshop one's not a problem. The closed sessions sometimes are a little more sensitive as that language is being made more accurate and precise as it needs to be. So we can try to do a better job of being more transparent with some of those things. Are you suggesting that may influence whether you're available or not, though? Because that would make it more challenging in some ways,
no,
right?
no, not at all.
Okay. Because then I'm trying to get direction from.
But like let's say it's at 5:30 and one of us has something that night and we see like, okay, you know what, my team, my peers can handle it, right? I'll be there at 7. You know, that would be helpful if we kind of knew what was going on.
Okay. Any further? Councilman Norwood?
I kind of feel like I don't really have a dog in this fight. The schedules kind of don't make a difference to me as to when. The only part that I want to make sure we emphasize is the late nights. We get some of the report was talking about 40% of our meetings go past midnight. I don't make the best decisions after midnight. And staff has to get back up in the morning and go back to work. We need to start taking care of the staff and making sure these meetings are ending soon.
And council has to go back to work the next morning too, right? So it affects the residents as well as council.
I think the hard part is, like, look at our discussion tonight. There's nothing I would want to cut out of the Juneteenth discussion. Like there's times that you just can't cut it. And yeah, that one's a hard one. I'd love to be able to, but I would not cut one word out of that Juneteenth discussion.
I agree with the Juneteenth, but if we back up later or earlier in the evening, the one question, changing that one word, if we could have asked that question, I don't know, yesterday or the day before, maybe we could have got the answer right away.
Yeah,
And
but
we
I had
wouldn't
to
have
think
been
about,
discussing
sometimes I
it.
decide, like, am I going to do it? Am I not until the day of? You know?
Okay, but I'm just saying that there are a lot of things that I wouldn't cut a single thing out of that Juneteenth conversation either. And I'll stay here till 3 o'clock in the morning having that conversation, and I'm fine with that.
Yeah, and it's just, it's different things are important to different people. Like the land use one is important to me, and that's the one I probably talk the most about. So sorry about that, but I just don't know what I would cut.
and I think staff tries to balance if they are guessing that something's going to be a meaty conversation, they might schedule something that isn't, but you can't always guess. Yeah.
My staff would say I don't give them enough discretion on that because we're trying to get caught up. But yes, we do try to keep it a sizable 3-4 hour meeting if feasible, as best as we can guess. But, we don't know who's going to show up and what public comment's going to say or what questions are going to come up. And you guys don't either sometimes. It's challenging. So I realize this is an almost impossible ask of you, but we have more things to schedule and we just need some parameters to say, what can we do? Where can we get it done?
Okay, so do we have a consensus on what we would like to request? Any changes for this item at this time? So do you want to just, with the suggestions that have been made regarding some advance notice on when and what that Councilmember Mendoza was doing, just keep it as is, except for?
Well, if I gave a 3-month rollout, what does that do for scheduling anything? I still don't know when to put it or when you're available, right? How does that help?
It does let us help plan, like mentally, like I can start thinking of, sometimes, I get it Thursday. I can't think that fast about what I'm even gonna ask staff. Like I have to sit and simmer it. And so I need even a couple months sometimes for me to be able to that's coming up and mentally prepare. It's just the way my brain works. So yeah, I come in short and I probably will continue to come in short if I don't have prior notice. So it's just, I don't know, it's just the way my mind works.
It's a lot with just a couple days to get to it, yeah.
I have to agree that Thursdays with like this one was an 800 and something staff report. It's daunting on the weekend. I'm gonna be honest with you, of the Super Bowl. It was hard. It was very hard.
Absolutely.
So I think if we have an idea, it gives, especially for me, I'll speak for myself as I know I'm not here to give any legal advice. We have someone who is proficient enough and great at what she does. You don't need to hear from me about this. She's the expert, I'm not. But as an attorney, I still want to do my own research. I like to look at code sections. I like to look up things, and it does not afford me the time. So if I had advance notice and I don't want to name a specific anything coming up, but if I have more time, it give me time to research. And it's without saying preemptively, here's the actual topic on this day, because I know we can't do that, but here's what I project to come up. And I know you have the running list of things, so I don't want to exclude that we've already given direction, you've already done that, right? But just having a window of workshops and other things that we can look forward to that's gonna come up, it gives time to kind of look things up in advance.
Even the kind of the heads up you're giving us at the end of your weekly reports, where you're saying, hey, these are the things that are probably going to be on this one. And then I have the ability to start doing some of the research even before I know it's an agenda item, and did a bunch of research on stuff that I thought was going to be on this agenda, and it's not here. But it's okay. When it shows up next month or next week, I will have already researched it, and it's okay.
And sometimes we find out about agenda items from residents before we know ourselves. I don't know that there's a motion here.
Yeah, you know what? That is true. We do, people will call and tell us, oh, we were told this is coming on this agenda. I'm like, how do you all know before we know?
Monday.com. Monday.com.
It's just we should know if they know, right?
Monday.com
Macaulay's telling
has your
everyone when
rolling-
he's gonna have his thing, and I'm like, wait, what's he doing?
Monday.com has a rolling 4 or 5 months notice of when we're planning certain meetings. So please check that out regularly. We update at least every week or two.
I can't find it. I can't. It's this
The fourth button on the front page
Which one?
of the webpage.
Parks and Rec
It's
is
called
the fourth
Strategic
button.
Plan.
Oh, the strategic. See, it should say Monday.com. I didn't know that was the freaking Monday.com.
Good point. Good point.
See, it's hard.
I'll
Our
include the
website
link.
is awful.
I'll include the link in my weeklies.
Thank you. Oh, here it is.
But I
But look, it's missing stuff. Like Juneteenth ain't on Monday.com, and we've asked for Juneteenth how many times now? It's always missing
scroll
stuff.
down. Scroll down.
I'm looking.
It's there.
I just did control find.
So I have heard tonight closed sessions should occur before workshops if feasible. So I have heard
See.
that. But I've got 10 to 12 closed sessions to schedule, and I've got 8 workshop-worthy, hour-and-a-half complex things to discuss with you in the next 6 months. So if we scheduled those 8 on your next 6 meetings, then you're already at 5:30 every meeting and no room for any of those 10 to 12 closed sessions. The math doesn't work.
Are any of these things that, and I have meetings 7 nights a week for my vocation and for this. There are some of those that I can be more flexible on and move them around. So I'm not saying this because I'm excited to maybe recommend it, but on a Friday, are there some of those things? Listen,
I know.
this I don't have an extra day. I literally work 7 days a week. And so is there a way that some of these things that are able to be done maybe one extra day a month? There in the past, see, I'm not a fan of this, but in the past, we have even had some of these meetings on a Saturday just to go through some of the information that we have to have, but it isn't something that is a city council type piece of information. That's just what has had to happen in the past in order to accommodate. And it wasn't done every month, but a couple times a year, it was done.
Might have to happen. No, she says no. Okay, real quick on your Monday thing. If I do control find, it doesn't work. Can you find out if we can download this to Excel? Or we can go back, you were going to provide us the Excel spreadsheet and we haven't gotten that. So that way we can plan our calendar better.
It exports, but from the application side, not what's on the website, and it's not a clean version, but we can certainly export it for you.
Yeah, if you could export this like once a month, that would be fantastic. 'Cause I'm a control find person, that's not working.
So I'll just go back to my original comment. I hate to repeat, but I'm not amenable nor, just like everyone says, they can't work on before a certain time. I'm not working on a Friday afternoon or a Saturday, period. It's not happening. So you will you will miss me on all those meetings. But I'm willing to be open to a Tuesday or for a special occasion. I know there was one time there was an ask for us for the whatever was the ILG thing, and it was, can we do a Saturday? I was willing to one time in a year. You might give me one time. Seriously. But I cherish my family so much that I need to value them as well. So, and my husband, tomorrow's not promised, and I almost lost him twice in the last year, and I'm not about to take those chances of not spending time with him. So the extra Tuesday, at a 5th month of a Tuesday, I think we have like 6 of those a year. I'm willing to exhaust and give up an extra Tuesday. But I think keeping things as they are, I'd prefer that, even if we're going a little bit longer. I'm also going to return to, that means we have staff on a day off coming in on a Saturday or a Friday night. Yeah, no, I would not like to ask our staff to do that or myself. But the extra Tuesday, if we have to go there, I'd love for you to be able to offer that as a proposal if you really feel like you need it, because I know you have a lot to present. But yeah, I think some of the suggestions sound good already. It sounds like we have some suggestions, and I think.
Another option is to delay some of these beyond the 6-month horizon if we don't need urgent direction. And I'll just name a few. Water supply assessment study, it's ready. We need direction, but if it waited another 3, 4, 6 months, that wouldn't hurt anything. Strategic plan, like as was mentioned earlier, we're running out of money to do new initiatives. So if it expires June 30th, or we just extend it through the end of the year, maybe we don't have to have an 8-hour workshop or whatever. Comp and class study, no choice. That's timely. The diversity and equity inclusion study, I think you want that back sooner. The objective design standards, you have interim ones now. You want permanent ones. That's important. That one probably can't wait. Senior center study, when that comes back, it could be ready by June. That's probably going to require some dedicated time to work through that one, right? So youth and government days, you've done it historically, maybe you can cancel it. That frees you up one whole night, it frees up a whole afternoon. There's a couple just choices you can make with just the 8 that we've identified here.
Well, see, the senior study you could do as a town hall and then just do a quick agenda item for direction on the findings included in the packet during a city council meeting.
Are any of you 5 not going to want to be at that town hall to hear it presented, though?
I'll watch it. I don't need to, I mean, like, if we want to cut something, I mean, that's a way to do it. The other thing is, we cut a meeting in July. Like, and remember, I didn't want to do it because I'm like, it's gonna be tough. So, I mean, we could put that, I mean, 4th of July is on week 1. Week 2 and week 4 is our meetings if we had them. So we could put back that July meeting.
And that's where we could use that time and space to do a special meeting. It wouldn't require the same bureaucratic process to get regular staff reports done in a regular meeting, but that is true. We did cut a meeting there.
And
Can we, oh, go ahead.
that's the one with 5, with the extra Tuesday too is July.
I think the July meeting provided, I think the discussion was it provided people the opportunity to travel if they need to.
It
does
provided a
not
window where
provide-
we could have everybody travel at the same time and not have people trying to fill in and do staff reports for a meeting that wasn't happening over that holiday week of July 4th.
Is it possible that we do something, look, I'm going to propose we have a special meeting, not a special meeting, but we have a workshop to look over all these items to determine if we can, I mean, do you guys want to do that now, or can we actually have us, look, I know I sound crazy when we're trying to make more time, but I think this, I feel crazy saying this, but I think it would be helpful, like what you just went through was helpful, but it was quick, and I feel like I don't have enough time to review or talk about it. I would hate to get rid of the youth in government. It is a phenomenal event, so.
Put it on the screen. Can you put the list you're looking at on the screen, please?
I'm ready, but I'll need help. There it is.
And things that are done, we can remove them from here, like Measure Q is done. Like we should, and completed stuff could be gone.
We want a little credit, so we show we completed some.
Yeah, but it's just visual noise
Sure.
that we don't like. It's just
Got it.
Creekside Parks. I mean, that was almost a year ago, the bathrooms.
So if you tell me tonight you don't need a strategic plan workshop, we can easily save one meeting. If you say the water supply assessment can wait, and I think it can, I'm recommending it can wait, we can push that out a little bit.
So the water supply assessment, that is to figure out how we're going to accommodate future development?
Current capacity and future build out.
Do we have a risk to current capacity?
Well, I can't get into all the details. It's not on the agenda, but we need to come back and talk through the study we've done. It's been ready for 3 months and just,
But
get
if
in
we
front of
don't
you.
have a risk to current capacity, then I don't need it right
There's a
now.
risk.
If it's for future development, then I don't care.
there's risk and there's costs and there's timeframes to get all of that done that require a year or two of
Does your water
Okay.
supply assessment, and I don't want to talk about it, but we're talking about our calendar and what we're going to put on our calendar. Is the water rate study include anything included, or are you going to have to raise, or are you going to have an ask? What is your ask from this is my question.
There's a water supply assessment study that looks at 4 or 5 different sources of adding to our water source capacity. And we only have one pipe that if anything ever happened or anything happened to our water quality, we're out of water.
So are you going to be asking us for money,
It's got
or does the money already exist?
money and negotiating a deal with a third
Okay.
party to help provide additional water supply.
Does the money already exist in the water rate study increases? Or is this incremental? Because that will be.
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that one tonight.
So those are the kind of things I would like to know. If you're going to ask me for money that already exists in the water rate study, that's one thing. If you're going to ask me for new money, that's a different thing. Because if it's just, you know,
You need to see the
it's
study.
two totally different things that you're asking.
So, and I don't have the answer to that, but listening to this conversation about scheduling meetings, if we're not willing to come in on Fridays or Saturdays, we're not willing to change the hours to come in earlier, the suggestion's been made a couple times to the 5th Tuesday of the month, frees up 6 days of an entire meeting if we want it. Doesn't have to be an hour and a half, could be 3 hours, and we could knock out 2 of those hour-and-a-half meetings. Is that a solution to the problem. Because if that's the solution to the problem, then that's my motion. Let's have meetings on the 5th Tuesday of the month and solve our problem by putting all of this stuff, the closed sessions if we have to, these workshops, put them on that Tuesday, and let's be done with it. If we can knock out 2 of those every Tuesday, we're done with that list right away, and then we just add the closed sessions before our current meetings, and we're done. I mean, that resolves our problem, doesn't it?
Some of these topics are so heavy, I wouldn't dare put 2 or 3 on the same night.
Okay, but maybe
you'll see
one
that.
with, maybe one of the really light ones
Yes.
with a heavy one,
Closed
maybe?
session or 2 as well, right? We could knock a couple things out that way. Now, I don't know how many 5th Tuesdays do we have between
I
in
think I
the
just
next
went
6
through and counted
months.
5 at least.
So just in the next 3 months, we only have 2 of these then, right? So basically 2 to accomplish these 6-month forecasted big topics. So that would help take care of 2 or 3 and some of the closed sessions. Even the property negotiations, we could just say, can we do one special night and knock out all 14 in one night, get some good solid direction from you, and then move on? Property negotiations.
Senior Center and Park and Rec operational assessment. Can't you just post the results?
I don't think that's what you want, but sure, we can do that.
I would be fine with you posting them and letting me read them.
Okay.
And then we can decide what the next action should be based on what we read. Instead of discussing it amongst us, we could go and read it, decide what we each want individually, talk to the public, and then come back with our agenda item of what we want to do.
So how do we move this forward right now? There is a motion on the floor from Councilmember Orlemans.
I missed it.
I didn't hear
The
that
fifth.
motion, but I think he
Oh, the
made a
fifth Tuesday.
suggestion of moving forward to a motion.
That'll help. That's a start.
For now, it's not going to resolve this list, and we're going to have to take one of those Tuesdays. You said there's 2 or 3 to pick out of this list what we need to hear. Because like Councilmember Pearson was asking, can we have a meeting to decide how many of these that we're going to go through? Which sounds kind of stupid, but if we take one of those extra Tuesdays, spend an hour trying to figure this out, which ones do we have? Because we're going to sit here till midnight trying to decide which ones are important or not. And then we still have other agendas to deal with.
I think if you give me the parameters, no earlier than 5:30, a 5th Tuesday if it's available, we can help us assign these appropriately when it's urgent, when it has more time. And if we have documents that are available earlier, we'll send it out to the public 2 or 3 weeks before we schedule the meeting. I mean, we can do assortment of things to try to help with this.
Beautiful.
Can
That's my motion.
I add to what you suggested and make a motion, a formal motion?
Well, I mean, 5:30 for the 5th, like, can we at least push it to 6? Because like I get off work at 5, so like if we could do 6 on that 5th Tuesday, that would be helpful.
That's not what, I thought you'd said 5:30 on the other regular council nights, and then as often as we can.
Whatever you
Yeah,
guys
let's leave our
want.
regular council nights. If we need to do that 5:30, then I'll get here by 5:30. But like, if it's not a regular council meeting, can we do it 6? Like,
If it's the 5th Tuesday or whatever.
Okay.
Sure.
I think I got a gist of what you all want, and I'd love to present that. Is that okay? All right. So what I wrote down was that first, I would like to make a motion to give staff direction and to make changes to our current meetings, our scheduling parameters for regular and special city council meetings. The parameters would be that we will continue to have our meetings as they are at 7 p.m., our regular meetings, with continuing to keep our closed sessions and our other workshops beginning at 5:30 on those times. That we change, when we have those dates, when we're going to have closed session and workshops, that the closed session comes first and then the workshop. I'd also propose that we, this year, have the 5th Tuesday of the month be for I mean, in the coming years, that we use the fifth Tuesday of the month, with that being April 30th, July 29th, and October 29th as dates to host workshops or other council meetings to begin at 6 p.m.
Let me just invite the rest of my executive team. Anybody see anything else that we need to maybe clarify or rework?
One quick note is that the municipal code says that you'll adopt your meeting schedule by resolution. So we may be bringing back a resolution. I imagine it could just go on consent to memorialize what it wouldn't impede the effective date of it, but just to get your signature on it.
So do you guys understand that? We have an ordinance that says by resolution, set your regular start time, and we don't have that resolution. We can't find it. So we just need to clean up that record.
Okay, so that can just come back.
That's just,
on
that will just
consent.
schedule that at some point.
So we have a
Can I
first
second?
and a second. All in favor? Aye?
Aye.
It is moved. Thank you. We are moving into item H, request for future agenda items. Are there any new requests for future agenda items at this time?
I have a request. It's not really an agenda item, but Tim, I would like to ask that for our next council meeting, you give, during your informational, you talk about the Community Day of Service so that all who are watching and all of us here are aware of the basics of that so that we can adjust our schedules accordingly.
Yeah, if you're willing to not make that future agenda item, I'll agree to just do that. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. So two things. So we have two direct reports, city manager and city attorney. I would like an agenda item on how, because new council people should be privy of what is in HR files beforehand. Whenever I've gotten new direct reports or I get a new boss, they read my HR file or I read the HR files. And right now there doesn't seem to be a process for that. So we need to find out how we can access prior HR files. That's number one agenda item. Number two, we need one calendar with all of the meetings. And Tim and I were emailing back and forth today, and I said, you know, I don't see your town hall on the meeting because, you know, people don't scroll down. So I clicked agendas, it's not there. But then if you keep going down, it's in the events calendar. And I think we really need one calendar. I'm not sure why we have two. So I think we need to talk about that, if we need to talk about it, or if we all just, if Tim, do you feel like we can just have one calendar for everything? Or is it, does that have to come direction from council after discussion?
We have one calendar for everything, and I think I just need to show it to you, and maybe we can help work through that offline.
No, we do not. There is one agenda calendar right on top, and it does not include that. So we need one calendar. Right now, there's two.
The events calendar has all city council and commission
Okay, so it
meetings.
sounds like we have to bring it back to an agenda item. Let's bring it back, because right now there's two, and you seem to be okay with the two. So let's bring it back. That's fine. That's my second agenda item.
Okay, any further new agenda item requests?
Clarification. So the prior employment files, you're talking about based on at this city or prior cities? What are you looking for at this city?
So when I came on board, I should have been able to read your City of Brentwood HR file, all of your reviews that came before then. And I didn't have access to it, but I think it would be really beneficial for new council people to be able to fully know their direct report when they get on board.
Absolutely.
Okay, moving into item I1. Consider request from Vice Mayor Meyer to reconsider the public comment period in city agendas and potential updates to City Council Administrative Policy 110-1. Vice Mayor Meyer.
Thank you. The accessibility issue is something I've been focused on from the very day I got to sit up here, and thinking about that with the the super commuters, the people who are homebound, the people who are unable to drive at night, people that have small children, that are older adults. Sometimes there's contentious issues that people are nervous about coming downtown and sitting in front of their peers to make a comment, but they would be more comfortable online. I don't consider this to be anything other than accessibility. It's something, like I said, this has been important to me the whole time I've been on council, and every time we've had any related conversation, I've brought that up. So this is just to revisit potentially the idea of public comments via Zoom. Again, it's a discussion. I think we should have it. We had the Zoom hate speech happening in late September. And then we made the decision in October. I would have liked at that point to be at least like the public comments at the very end. So if someone is that determined to make a public comment that isn't related to an agenda item, that at least they have some way to do that. I just think we have to keep in mind that not everybody can come downtown. Not everybody is willing to come downtown or able. And so it's something I think we should talk about. I also feel like there's a little, and this is around public comment, so I think it's okay to say, but I'm sure I'll be stopped if it's not. We voted to approve a 5-minute public comment, and sometimes it goes to 3 or 2, depending on if there's a large amount of people, which I understand, but it doesn't always get publicly announced at the beginning of a meeting. And I think we need to be, sometimes you just see it on the clock based on whatever criteria the mayor wants to use, that this is today's meeting time. And I know we're very consistent. Once that decision is made, we're consistent across every item, which is of course what we need to do. But I think we just need to be clear in saying tonight, due to the amount of public comments we have pending, we're shortening our time from 5 to 3, whatever it is, just so that it's clear at the very beginning.
Okay. Is that it?
I believe
Okay,
so.
thank you.
Thank
At
you.
this time, we will open public comments.
At this time, the public present in the chambers and on Zoom are permitted to address the city council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. We'll take public comments in the chambers, followed by Zoom. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. I have no speaker cards in the chambers, and I do have 3 hands raised in Zoom. And we did receive 1 email related to this item that's been posted on our website. And I will call on Antonio. Antonio, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Civic engagement forms the foundation of our country. The First Amendment of the Constitution protects the rights needed by citizens to be active participants. These include the right to free speech, assembly, and petition. Regular citizens are supposed to be involved in the process. When it comes down to the city level, I strongly believe our city council can achieve better solutions when they hear from all sides before making a decision. So I am speaking tonight in support of keeping remote public comments for agenda-specific items, because we need to protect and encourage community participation. Brentwood is a large community with many different groups. When we have a major issue like Measure L, these chambers are filled. But when it comes to lesser items, many members of the community are often underrepresented. First and foremost, we are known as a bedroom community. Many of our residents have long commutes and can't physically attend city council meeting without taking time off from work to beat the traffic. If you remove the remote option, you are basically asking them to choose between earning money to support their family or having their voice heard. Brentwood is also known as a great place to raise a family with good schools and parks. That is literally why I moved here. If you remove the option for remote meetings, you are asking parents to choose between their family obligations or having their voice heard. Brentwood has a large senior and active adult community. Everyone knows about Somerset and Trilogy, etc. If you remove the remote option, you are asking seniors to choose between finding transportation and traveling at night or having their voice heard. Barrier before a resident decides it is worth their time to attend in person. Your vote on this item should be focused on the residents of Brentwood to help and encourage all of them to have their voices heard more often in this chamber. Please vote to encourage civic engagement and community participation, not to stamp it out. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. Yeah, public comment is something that I care a great deal about, and I think you all know that. I want to recall that Councilmember Pearson famously or notoriously mentioned that she had the experience of being called the N-word. I want to share with you now that when I was in Florida for 30 years as a elementary school student, teenager, and into my young adulthood, I've been called an N-lover more than once. I am not somebody who is a racist, and I have lived amongst people who are very racist. And to be called that, it's not a simple epithet. It is a threat. I mean, it's scary. So believe me, I understand the fear. And you know, the people that were calling in that were making the objectionable calls, they were Nazis. Let's just call it what it is. They were invoking Hitler. They were saying the worst kind of anti-Semitic hate speech, dehumanizing. And I consider the Holocaust to be among, it's in the same order of magnitude as slavery. It's bad. I mean, they killed 6 million people for the, I mean, it's bad. And, but I believe that speech is best balanced by more speech. And I think what we did tonight proved that we can stand together and that I can be an ally to you. And I didn't do that for any reason other than because I said what I believed was right. But I am an ally to everyone all the time. That's pretty much by definition what I do. And it's because it's what I believe. And I need, what I want to say is that when people say bad things, we need to rely on each other as allies. We need to hold each other up, to lift each other up, and we can control what people say during public comment, because even during public comment, they must address speech. They must say things that are within the purview of this council, and there's nothing anybody can say that's anti-Semitic or espouses Nazi philosophy, racism. None of that has anything to do with the business of this council other than to just shut them up and cut them off. This council is under the same civil rights laws as everyone in this country. You have no business doing any of the things that they espouse, recommend, say. It just doesn't have anything to do with your business. So there's no real reason why the public comment at the beginning is any different really than the individual item comments. The technology is there. You can cut them off. It's not hard to do. And I just think it's so important that people speak. And so what I'm asking you tonight is to listen to what I'm saying to you as your ally with me. And I guarantee you, when people talk like that to us, we don't have to fear them. We don't have to be offended by them. We can just shut them up because that's all they deserve and that's all they get from us. And if we are shaken by it, if we are upset by it, we have each other. We have each other. We are allies. We don't have to just shut people up to shut them up. You know, just not let good, honest, decent, caring people who care enough about what you do to come down here to talk to you. You don't have to shut them up to shut up the Nazis. Just shut up the Nazis. You're not going to get sued. They don't even care. They haven't even been back. I mean, if they didn't come here tonight to complain about Juneteenth, when would they come back? They were just, it's just an elaborate thing that they do to go around and try to shut down free speech. And honestly, we've given them what they wanted. So please give careful consideration tonight and restore the public comment by Zoom because you know it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
The next speaker is Carolina. Oops. Carolina, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm going to start out by saying that I had been allowed to give public comment right at the beginning of the meeting. Before those Girl Scouts left, I would have asked them where their cookie stand is so we could have told everybody and we could support them. But I have to wait till now. So I got a message from Margaret, but nobody was able to hear where the cookies are. Second, I just want to say that over the past, I'd say 3 to 4 years, we've had more engagement and more attention paid to agenda items than ever before. And people are listening in. They may not participate, but eventually they will. And that type of feedback is extremely valuable to everyone in the room because you never know what you don't know. So the example, I'll have a few examples. So the senior center, all these lovely senior people in our community came and gave their comments. They had to physically come to chambers at night to give their comments. And that's the only way we found out that the senior center was basically on fire and Parks and Rec needed reviewing. Without that comment, nobody here would know. So that's on the bad side. On the good side, youth input on oil and gas. How many people came to give input on that before tonight? That was awesome. Lazy Dog and Costco, you guys got like earfuls. Please make this happen. Please, please, please. We want a Costco. We want the Lazy Dog. And so you'll get good comments in support of certain agenda items, and you'll get not so good comments, not in support of agenda items, but it gives you guidance on what the people who live in Brentwood and care about the city are thinking. The other thing is, this is the only time we can give you input where you're all in the same room, city council, city staff, the manager, everybody, and you guys can have a conversation about things without me becoming a spoke and violating the Brown Act. So, keep that in mind, that this is also a strong issue that we want to be in compliance all the way around. I don't want to be complicit, and I certainly don't want to get anybody in trouble. But sometimes you have to talk to multiple people, and this is the best way to do it. Lastly, I would like to address Mike Burkholder, who sent in a comment saying, no, residents of Brentwood don't deserve public comment. I find that to be the height of hypocrisy from a man whose entire business model relies on public comment. If nobody clicks on his website or goes to his Facebook page, his ad revenue disappears. So it's good for him, but not for us? I don't think so. So I just like to leave you with the fact that I really need Girl Scout cookies, but we also need to have public comment back. Like Rod said, the people who came, they weren't from here, they don't live in our neighborhood, they came to do what they came to do, and they're gone. And we need that back, because it's 11:19. I have to get up at the crack of dawn tomorrow to take my kids to school, yet here I am, waiting until the end of the meeting for the last agenda item to give public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ian. Oops. Ian, go ahead.
Good evening, council. We can't let hate win. We can't. Like Rod said, these people came and gone. They just wanted their moment to wreak disaster. They're not here for the long run. But you know who's here for the long run? The residents of Brentwood. I'm here for the long run. Everyone's here for the long run. Today, for example, I drove home from Concord starting a new job. And you know what I did while driving home from Concord? Listen to the Zoom meeting. Unfortunately, I tuned in right after I could have given public comment on my item, the oil and gas drilling. I wish I could have, but work is work. But that's something that technology has given me the right to drive through multiple cities, but listen to my city's city council, the city that I pay sales tax in, the city that I used to work for, that I served as a youth commissioner, the city that I deeply care and love about, that I'm gonna stay in the Bay Area for university instead of move away because I want to better Brentwood. And I hate that these people have caused such disaster that we had to ruin the First Amendment of our people, including myself. I really wanted to thank Tim for posting my book project on his newsletter, but I couldn't because I couldn't public comment via Zoom and I couldn't get down to City Hall. So I missed the opportunity just because of hate. And if Mike Burkholder is listening, I don't need to have my butt in a seat as I'm quoting from you to tell our city manager thank you for supporting a youth initiative. Honestly, I'm about to go to Peru in a month, and I literally told my father I will tune into city council from Peru. I might be the first one to tune in from an international country, but guess what? I'm still a resident of Brentwood. I'm still a registered voter of Brentwood. I still have the First Amendment right to speak to my city council, to my electeds, to the city staff who is paid by my tax money, who I used to work alongside. Why let these Nazis, as Rod put it, ruin that? That is not fair. We need to let everyone have the right to speak to their electeds and to city staff who have shown today sometimes need people to tell them what's going on. Because, being paid over a very high six-figure salary and not be able to amply time when to come to city council is a concern to me, considering I'm going to be paying more as I grow older and spend more in the city of Brentwood. That's all I have. I really don't want to go on a tangent. It's getting late, and I'm lucky I have a late start tomorrow, but please don't let the hate stop us from enjoying this amazing community and let everyone have the right to speak at any point, at all points of the meeting on Zoom. Thank you.
I have no additional hands raised.
We will close public comments, move into council discussion.
So I saw my name come up in a public comment, so I felt compelled to start off our discussion. One, thankful for all the people that came to speak. It looked like Danny was trying to stick around. I would have loved to hear what his thoughts were because I know he's been passionate about this topic. And it's unfortunate that he said he didn't feel well to talk about it. One, I just want to clarify some stuff. I kind of feel like this is coming back a little prematurely. And I want to make sure that the people who are still on Zoom know that tonight too, we did have, and it was brought to me by staff, we did have people come on Zoom who tried to come have hate speech. It didn't make it to you, but it did happen. And I've only learned about it after the break. So if staff wants to weigh in about what they knew about, I'd love for that to be public rather than it be private. That's one thing. The other thing I want to say is I want to clarify some things because I did a lot of research last time when I said booty in the seats. I didn't say booty, but I said that. I had done a lot of research. So here's my research. And again, this is not legal advice. One, hate speech is protected. The First Amendment makes no general exceptions for offensive, repugnant, or hateful speech. Federal courts have protected the free speech rights of Nazis and other hate speech. Look at Snyder versus Phelps. If you want the case cite, I'm happy to email it to anybody who wants it. The only time in these meetings, so when we talk about general public comment, we can't just cut them off if they're a Nazi. Once they start, we have to let them finish or we violate their free speech rights under the First Amendment of our Constitution. I took an oath to uphold the Constitution, which means even when those disgusting sick people come with their hate, we have to let them finish all the way to the end. The only time we can stop it, there are three instances. One, incitement to imminent lawless action. That's when we can stop it. Two, speech that threatens bodily harm. We can stop it. Three, speech that causes an immediate breach of the peace. That we can stop it. These people are they're driven to do this. If anybody, I don't know if people listening know, many of us elected officials got a postcard in the mail from the Nazis at our home residence. that was the most disgusting postcard I don't even want to talk about what was on it. That happened last month. So it has not just stopped. They have not gone away. They tried to come tonight. They sent us a postcard. I agree with accessibility. You all hear me all the time. I'm not against the 5 minutes. Even during the time when the time was cut down to 1 minute, I was so bothered by a 1 minute moment because it was people with whole pages to talk about. And they didn't even get a chance to. People who have a hard time getting down here. I was saddened by that. And I agree with the Vice Mayor that we should announce every single time. It should be on a red agenda. We should announce how much time. Now, even if it's 5 minutes, we should tell people how much time they have every single time to make it habitual, to make it a process, because there have been times when people didn't know until they got up there. And we almost can anticipate it. We know what's coming in the agenda. We can sometimes anticipate it. Sometimes we don't know, in all fairness. But I just wanted to reiterate that they are not going away. And I just kind of feel like doing a weighing, like, that night, I know we belabored the moment. You should have seen the faces of not only our staff, but the people in the audience. And I can only imagine people sitting at home. Since then, I've received comments of why would you guys even do that? I even asked for a list which made it into on the public comment, not because I'm just so against it. I just want to know what other cities do this to kind of, not that we need to copy them, but, and I've talked to other people at the League of California Cities when they throw their regional events. And so many cities have said, you guys are crazy if you bring it back. It's harming so many people to keep bringing it back. I love the hybrid idea that we do. I agree with Mr. Xavier. I like the idea of always having public comment available on Zoom before a specific item because we have more control over the cutoff on that. But for general public comment, anybody can come in here and say what they want to, so long as we don't, and no bodily harm, it's not enticement. If they want to sit here the whole 5 minutes and call me the N-word, they can. They can do that. We're not supposed to cut them off. Literally, we're not supposed to. So if that's what we want to open it up to, that I have a fear of that. And I'm being just honest about it. It is very concerning to me. We have a whole new world with social media and people organize. Look we have sideshows with them organizing in the second of an eye. We have people who organize that night. And I'm sure when they saw Juneteenth, they organized tonight. We're just smart enough to look at the names that pop up on the list. But should we even be doing that? That's the question. Should we have let those people speak tonight? I just want to keep it, I'm honest. They should have had the opportunity to speak. Unless they were talking about the specific topic. So,
They were called on. They didn't, yeah.
okay. All right. So, okay. So it was said that she did open the mic. So thank you. I know one person didn't say anything, but I saw the name after I said like, oh, there's a person. I was like, oh my God. It was like a Homer Simpson moment. Like, oh shoot, that name totally is not a person who's coming to speak. So those are my little comments, my concerns, my valid concerns. And I appreciate you bringing it back. I just feel like, can we have like maybe 2 more months to kind of see how it works out and then look at this again? I don't want to close the door on it, but I just feel like it's a little premature.
I don't argue with that. Actually, I think, especially given, I was also told about those callers and I was like, well, that's ironic. It's interesting that that's happening tonight. But yes, staff did share, I guess, with us each individually that there were some questionable names on here. And one of them did raise their hand and was unmuted, but thank goodness did not speak because we would have had to let them go. If this does not move forward today, then or someone else can just bring it back another time. But I think it's definitely worth continuing the discussion because it's a hot topic for a lot of people. If nothing else, but the announcement of the length of the public comment comes out of this, then I feel like it's something, but I do think having this conversation is important and would love to hear from other people too. But if it doesn't move forward, I'm not considering it a waste of time.
Yeah, I think at the beginning, I love hearing people speak, but it's difficult. It was difficult to listen to when we were here. That postcard was horrible. It was crazy. But I don't think they hang out till the end of the meeting. I think they leave. I would consider putting it at the end, and I don't know if you want to do that today or you want to wait a couple months. Because I don't think those people stay on until the end of the meeting, but that's totally just a thought, because, you had talked about that. That might be an option. I know Antioch doesn't do Zoom, but what they do is they do 10 minutes public comment in the beginning, but I think theirs is 3 minutes. And then anyone else has to wait till the end of the meeting for general public comment. So it's kind of like that, but on Zoom. So that might be an option if you want to look at that further today, or you want to wait a couple months. I just think at the beginning of the meeting, it just opens it up for too many people to hop on. Because I don't even think these people live here. They don't live here. I don't even think if they're in our time zone, because they all pop off, right? So, and that's just my thought. If you wanted to do something like that, I would consider us just having that discussion, but at the beginning, it's just, our meetings go late, so if they really are passionate about what they gotta say, they'll stay on.
Hi. So I agree 100% that there's been times when public comments were cut down, and I didn't even know they were cut down until I looked at the clock. So if we can make an effort out of announcing that at the very beginning, or not public comments, but any comments, if their time restriction is less than 5 minutes, I agree 100%. I also agree with Mr. Xavier's comments about we're here to do what the citizens want. And when this item came up, I went back in emails and phone calls, and I haven't received any requests, any comments from citizens, any asks that public comments be brought back other than what I've gotten here at the dais. I'm just curious to know what everybody else has gotten, because I haven't seen a single one about bringing back public comments. Pat Tanisha?
I've been called a coward, is what I've been called for removing them. And not just by one person, by a few people.
During the council meetings, we've been called things, but in the public, there were 2 instances. One was the day when Brentwood Elementary School kids were in the park, the police came in the park. One of the residents was very grateful that we had removed it. The other one was at it was prior to us removing it. Someone at National Night Out said, "Why do you guys allow people to come just talk about random things?" They said they feel intimidated to speak because they're Zoom bullies, is what they said specifically. So those were the 2 instances. And since then, just in passing, I've heard people actually grateful that we've got it. So I've had mixed reviews in this chamber. I hear people who complained on Zoom, they've complained. In front of us, they've called us names about the coward, I think. But in the public, I've had people saying, it's about time. Thank you, because it's been a lot of bullying on Zoom. So I've had mixed reviews from people about whether or not we should do it prior to us doing it and then after us doing it.
If you recall Chili Court, a lot of those neighbors were afraid to they wanted to come in on Zoom on general comment, like when they thought, before it was like anything we were going to talk about, they wanted to call during general comment, and they were afraid to come in and show their faces because of what had happened. And it was one of their neighbors, and they didn't want their neighbor to know that it was them.
Well, I agree, part one, with the speaking time, that's a no-brainer. That's super easy to take care of. I also agree with Mr. Xavier. I think it's absolutely essential to be able to have our residents call in on an item. I think that the structure that we have now, I've talked to, if not every mayor in Contra Costa County, almost every mayor in Contra Costa County regarding what they're doing. The ones that are continuing to use Zoom, all but one of them said that they were working to find a way to get rid of Zoom. I'm not in support of that on the structure that we have now. Our residents are the reason we're here, and we have to hear them. And so I'm very happy. As a matter of fact, I've received at mayor's conference and other meetings I've had, some good-natured and some not so good-natured ribbing and comments regarding us having this. I'm very proud of the fact that I want to hear from every single one of our residents. And the day I'm not up here, I want to be able to have what my concerns are voiced on an item. And if I'm not able to be here, like the Vice Mayor said, there are people that are unable to be here for whatever reason. They should not be penalized on speaking to an agenda item because they're not able to be here. Currently, I have to agree with Councilmember Pearson. If this is something that we're considering bringing back even at the end of a meeting, I think right now might still be a little premature. If this is the vote to do it tonight, I would not be in support of that tonight. But it is very important. Public speech is the cornerstone of our democracy, and we've got to maintain it. I think that the process that we have right now is as good a process as we can to protect our community and our staff from the intention, the efforts of those that are determined to spread hate and poison. And so that's where I am right now.
So given the people that were in the waiting room this evening, and given the postcard that we all received, there's clearly not an interest in moving this one forward for now. I will not ever vote in support of closing out Zoom entirely. I think the cities that do that are not giving their residents the rights that they deserve to speak. So if we can bring it back in a few months again, just to have this discussion, I would like to do that. But in the meantime, I'll withdraw making a motion, and just thank you, Mayor, for agreeing to notify people about the timing ahead of time.
Of course.
But can I say thank you so much for bringing this up, because I think it's a conversation we should continue to have, and I don't want to dead the conversation coming back. So thank you.
Okay, at this time, do I have a motion for adjournment?
I'd like to make a motion for us to adjourn before midnight.
I'll second it.
I have a first and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you. We finished before midnight.
Yeah.